All right, let's begin. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. The time is 5 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the sitting as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Ramirez, you're muted. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here, can we try again with Member Ramirez?
Here.
Great. All right, very good. All right, so we do have a quorum. And Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak this evening before closed session?
Let me give it a few seconds. If we have any speakers, please raise your hand. No speakers.
Thank you very much. All right, that said, we're going to move on to the declaration of closed session items. Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones and council members. We have one item this evening. It is anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and in accordance with Government Code 54956.9 E3. The facts and circumstances pertaining to that litigation are set forth on that anticipated litigation, are set forth on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the 6 o'clock regular session. And with that, I believe the city clerk is going to set us up into separate rooms. I see there's a hand raised.
Yes, so we're going to recess into closed session. And we'll return at 6 o'clock.
Yes, it will take us just a few minutes or just a minute or so to.
Yes. Good evening.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Hello. I just want to make sure that we have all of our council members present. We do?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, so for council members and staff, if you would kindly keep your mics muted until such time that you are prepared to speak. It would help with feedback and potential technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, can you ask to see if all the council members would put their video also on? Just to ask.
Yes, I don't believe that I can order it, but it certainly
Just ask.
is helpful. So it looks like all of our council members have video on except for member Ramirez and Gomez, and it would be helpful if those two council members would turn their video on so that we can all feel like we're talking to real people.
Mhm.
All right, we're going to begin. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. The time is 6 p.m. We're resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Ramirez, Councilmember Ramirez, Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here, and can we try again for Member Ramirez?
Councilmember Ramirez,
Present.
Great, thank you. All right, we do have a quorum. Mr. Dubortnowski, do you have any announcements to make from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We had closed session this evening. Anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956D2, sorry, 0.9D2. Anticipated litigation, the facts and circumstances related to that litigation were set forth on the agenda in accordance with Government Code 54956.9E3. At this point, there is no reportable action with respect to that item.
Thank you, Mr. DeBornowski. All right, well, the next two items, we're going to take up our invocation with Pastor Dane Davis, and then we'll have the Captain John Wickham lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have Pastor Davis with us?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Please bow your heads with me for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening you've given us, Lord. We thank you for bringing us into this new month of March. January seemed to drag on ad nauseum, Lord, but February went by pretty quickly. So we thank you, Lord, for being with us this past month. Thank you for this new month of the year, Lord. And we just pray that you would be with the council members as they make their decisions this evening. We pray, oh God, that you'd continue to give them wisdom to lead this great city. Sometimes, Lord, the tasks you give us are beyond us, but we know we can do all things through you who gives us strength. So thank you, Lord, for being with us. I just thank you for the gift of government, the gift of leadership. And I just pray, oh God, that each of our city council members and each of our staff who are present tonight would serve first and lead second. Lord, help us to be servants in our hearts and in our actions, and help us to lead well as we serve our community. We love you and thank you so much for giving us these opportunities to have influence. And may we influence for your good and the good of others. And it's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Davis. All right, Captain Wickham, will you lead us in the pledge to our wonderful flag?
Yes, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the
of
flag
the
of the United States of America and to the
and to the
republic
republic for
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Tonight's City Council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic, and will be held this way until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom. However, for those who do not wish to comment on issues, our meetings may be viewed on YouTube. For future council meetings, public comments may be submitted via email to the city clerk. All email comments received by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting will be distributed to City Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no revisions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, council members, do any of you have any conflicts of interest that you need to declare? This would be the time to do that. Okay, I don't hear any, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction of public comments. So again, welcome everyone to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code 54957.9. Open meeting laws do not confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law, nor do they permit council members to engage in dialogue during the public comment period. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Individual speakers are allowed to address the council once per agenda item for up to 3 minutes. When comments are invited, click the Raise Your Hand feature located on the Zoom screen. Individuals will be unmuted, called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individuals may speak to issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section on the agenda, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The presiding officer may decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on a variety of factors, including the number of persons wishing to be heard. The presiding officer may also take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. Mr. Metzler. This
Thank
is
you,
this is the mid-year budget review and amendment request to the 2020-21 fiscal budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is our annual budget review as stated, and really serves as an evaluation period of our performance to the budget. And this is actually our second time evaluating our position or performance relative to the budget. You'll recall that we had undertaken effort in December. And it's the first time I can remember doing it more than one time in a given budget year. But as you recall, when we started this fiscal year, there was a great amount of uncertainty in the air, especially as it related to COVID, and we took a very conservative approach to the budget period that we're in when we adopted it last June. But with that, we've monitored closely in large part so that we can adjust as quickly as we could if the revenues, for example, did not come in as projected. We're fortunate to be reporting what you have here in front of you, which does suggest that we're actually performing well to the budget, and we're actually projecting that we'll finish well at the fiscal. But with that, you have a pretty well-explained summary in the staff report as to what this item does in terms of making recommendations to altering revenues, expenditures to finish this fiscal year. Accompanying this staff report is a presentation by our finance director, Mr. Bobby McGee. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to him so he can narrate a presentation to kind of give the highlight of what you have here in the document.
Thank you. Mr. McGee.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Jones and members of the council. Let me share my screen here. And hopefully you all can see that now. Once again, as supplemented by your staff report, you'll see that we come with good news tonight. So briefly on the agenda tonight, we wanted to go over the general fund revenue and expenditure projections, where we think the reserve will be at the end of the year, some citywide revenue and expenditure projections, some basic budget highlights, which expand a little bit on what you read in the staff report, and then a little bit of the COVID-19 impact on utility receivables, some information that we did want to share with the council. So in the adopted budget, we were initially anticipating a slight draw on the reserve. And as you heard me say during the first quarter review, we have not experienced that. So we're actually seeing revenues coming in significantly higher than originally anticipated. That's due primarily to online sales and money that comes in through the county pool. What we are finding is that while people have been at home and due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they haven't stopped spending money. They've shifted their expenditures from vacations and things like that to online purchases. And so the city is seeing some additional revenue as a result of that. And so as of right now, we're anticipating a surplus of just short of $1 million. The general fund reserve, this slide here shows that we have budgeted general fund expenditures of about 15% of the overall general fund expenditures. Our projected reserve at the end of the year right now, considering both the additional revenue that has come in plus some Measure P revenues, which will start to be received in very late June or early July, which are then booked back to this fiscal year for accounting purposes. And at the end of the year, we're anticipating about $19.4 million in overall general fund reserves, which is about 27% of the overall budgeted general fund expenditures. Citywide, as you can see by this slide, expenditures are coming in significantly less than originally adopted. And also revenues are, as you just heard, are coming in significantly higher. So this is a good thing. People throughout the city have been very cautious in their spending habits on some of the things that were originally budgeted. But fortunately, we have revenues that are supporting what we had originally anticipated. I'm not going to read the whole slide, obviously, but just a couple of highlights here. As you just heard me say, citywide expenditures currently projecting to be about $4.3 million under budget. The one issue that we have seen is the fire department is projected to be a little bit over its initial budget, and that's due primarily to some strike team expenditures, some fires that have occurred throughout the state, and some required overtime that the department certainly needed to incur due to required overtime issues. Taxes due to the city are projected to exceed the original budgeted amount. We will be receiving some Measure P taxes. Once again, those taxes will not be received by the city during this fiscal year. However, there will be a small amount that is booked back to this fiscal year that will be received in the next fiscal year. Licenses and permits are outpacing projected revenues. Development impact fees for recreation are coming in higher than expected. And water revenues are actually up by about $3.7 million. That's primarily due to increased usage because people are staying at home. And that revenue is offset by a projected decrease in overall expenditures, actually. So we did have one thing that we wanted to bring to your attention. In a separate item tonight, you'll hear a little bit about the city's audit. And one of the audit findings that we had this year was a finding in compliance with city policies. And this is related to accrued vacation hours. So the current policy is different for different employees. The maximum vacation accrual hours is actually based on service time. So under the resolution, employees with, I believe, 16 years or more service time have a maximum accruable hours of about 400 hours of vacation time. And there are a number of employees that have actually accrued hours in excess of what their maximum allowable number is. So there's currently 86 employees that are over that maximum accrued. And so as part of the recommendation in the staff report tonight, the estimated current payout to gain compliance and bring each one of those 86 employees back to the minimum allowable threshold is about $495,000. The estimated payout at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, is about $700,000. So that number continues to grow. And there is a recommendation in the staff report for some additional appropriations so that we could clean up this audit finding and it would not be a repeat finding for next year. We did want to draw your attention to the COVID-19 impact on utility receivables. Essentially what this slide is showing is that the state has stopped us from having any disconnections on utility services as a result of non-payment, and this is due to the COVID-19 pandemic, of course. So the number of accounts that have gone past due over the past year has grown steadily, as you can see by the graph below. This graph shows the value of accounts between 60 and 120 days past due. After 120 days, we drop it off of this report, and then we actually begin a lien process against the property so that the city ensures that it eventually collects its money. So Right now, the current value of these accounts that is between 60 and 120 days past due is about 1.1 million. I do want to say that we anticipate recovering almost all of this. It's a matter of timing. Once the state allows us to continue customer disconnections for non-payment, then I think you'll see this figure drop pretty rapidly. There may be some accounts that become uncollectible due to bankruptcies or other unforeseen circumstances, but for the most part, it's delayed revenue, but we do anticipate we will be receiving it at some point. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. And we have a number of finance staff here that worked on the budget, and we're available to answer any questions.
My apologies. So before we get to the questions, and thank you, by the way, Mr. McGee, for the great presentation. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council Board of Directors approve the changes reflected in this agenda item along with the included attachments by adopting Resolution number 21013, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville amending Resolution 20-028 as amended, the budget resolution for the City of Victorville for fiscal year 2020-2021, Resolution BWD 21-002, a resolution by the Victorville Water District amending Resolution 20-012 as amended, the budget resolution for the Victorville Water District for the fiscal year 2020-21, resolution number LBT 21-001, a resolution by the Library Board of Trustees amending Resolution 20-002 as amended, the budget resolution for the City of Victorville for the fiscal year 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, council members, we're going to open it up to technical questions for clarification regarding the staff report and or the presentation. So we'll go ahead and begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McGee, kudos to you and your staff. This is a very complete report, very easy to understand and everything, even as a new council member. I just have one question. Even with COVID-19 slowing down, is there anything available out there that might help our residents? Because like you said, once the governor says we can start shutting off again, is there anything out there maybe that can help the residents catch up in one shot?
Mayor Jones and Councilmember Becerra, I'm unaware of any program at this time. If that's incorrect, I'll ask one of my staff to correct me. However, it is something that I know we are actively monitoring, and if we're trying to find anything that we might be able to help these people out and come up with some creative ideas on how we can help them get back on track once the state starts to reopen.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, technical questions for clarification.
Yes. So my first question is, this is for the mid-year review. So why weren't the reviews and the amendment requests in a single item? I think they could have been bifurcated, but what was the reasoning for adding both of these items in one rather than two distinguishable ones?
Are you referring to the recommendation?
No, I'm referring to the mid-year budget review, which is one solid aspect of a conversation with a secondary one that I would see as an amendment request for that fiscal budget.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the two items really go hand in hand. We can't make a recommendation to amend or make alteration to until we've actually gone through the review or the thorough analysis to determine where the actual funds are performing in relation to the budget. And so after having done that, that's where the amendment request comes in, which is part of the action recommended tonight.
Okay. Did we find any audits on the COVID-19 cater lunches for admin and executive teams?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, and then my next question is, by how much did we over budget with the fire department?
Well, we did not over budget. We budgeted what at the time we felt was an appropriate amount, and the fire expenditures have started to progress over the total amount, and that's why you see the additional appropriation request there in the staff report.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me. I'm trying to understand that we probably stayed within the budget, but you're saying that we didn't. So that's the amendment for that part. Is that what you're saying?
For just the fire department, that is correct. The fire department is pacing slightly over its originally budgeted amount due primarily to overtime expenditures.
Okay, because the way I'm reading the amendment requests are for the city of Victorville, the water district, and the library board of trustees, but that's not the case.
Yeah, that's correct. The fire department is specific to the city of Victorville resolution. Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
And what is the city doing to book for the budget for Measure P dollars? In other words, what have we already started spending in those dollars?
So we have not started spending any Measure P money. We have not received any Measure P money yet. So the city will not actually start collecting any tax revenue for Measure P until April 1st. We will not receive any of that revenue from the state until sometime realistically after June 20th, and it may be into early July before we see any of that revenue come in. So, we have not budgeted any Measure P money at this time, nor have we spent any Measure P money at this time.
I'm asking because you said that the city will be booking from the next year something coming into this year. So I wanted to know what were those aspects. One of them I know is the code enforcement officer that we just hired. I wanted to know if there was any others.
No. So, well, the code enforcement officer is currently not being funded out of Measure P, just for clarity. So the money that does come in after July 1, just for accounting purposes, that will be booked back to actual revenue received in this fiscal year. And so that's why we're projecting the $19 million figure as the year-end reserve. So you actually won't have $19 million sitting in a bank account at the end of this fiscal year. You'll actually have some money coming in for the next 2 to 3 months after that will get booked back into that. And that's how we arrive at that figure of, I believe it's 19.4 million.
Okay, and what expenses are being decreased for the water districts? The same thing for the library, and you already told me the one for the fire, so you don't have to explain that one.
So you were looking for the water expenses for the water district, and
Yeah.
sorry, what was the second part
Yeah,
of the
for
question?
the water district, and the other one that we have is the board of trustees, the library. The way, if we're gonna decrease expenses, it means that we're no longer gonna expend on certain things. What are those things that we're no longer needing?
Sure. So in the staff report on page 7 of 8, it's primarily due to the sanitary treatment, which is Fund 425. It's projecting a decrease in expenditures of about $2.6 million, and it's due to the postponement of several capital projects during this year.
In the library?
I may need some help with this one. John, do you have that? Do you have the library one handy?
Thank you, Bobby. The library expenditures on the decrease is basically because they're not, the facility hasn't been opened, so they haven't had to run a lot of their programs and their staffing, to those programs. for the community. So thus, if the facility is not open to the public, those operation and maintenance costs do decrease.
Okay, and one concern that I have, even the revenues are going to be decreasing. Is that the same factor?
Yes.
Is there anything that the city of Victorville is contemplating doing so that we don't affect? There's a lot of people that use the library for means of research. Is that not going to be implemented somehow in the future? I'm thinking of education, children, and then decreasing revenues, how that's going to affect our populations of children that would need those sources.
Well, I would defer that to our Deputy City Manager, Janelle Davidson. I know that the library has a lot of programs that they're doing virtually. I think they did the reading with the Dr. Seuss for the kids, and they have kits that they've sent out, but I believe Ms. Davidson could elaborate on that.
Yes, we've tried to conduct as much programming as we can virtually. We've also conducted a curbside pickup and drop off program. But most important during the pandemic was to make sure that we were only opening for services when it was safe to do so and in compliance with the recommended guidelines, depending where we were at the point in the pandemic. So unfortunately, at this time, the facility is closed, but we do monitor that on an ongoing basis, and we will reopen as soon as it is safe to do so.
And then lastly, I'm very concerned about the 86 employees with the payouts increasing over $500,000 now. Who's the oversight board? Who's responsible, and under who did this occur? This is not something that I've seen genetically happen throughout the 5 years of my tenure.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, that's an activity that didn't just occur under one individual. This is an issue that spans citywide, and I think a large part of the reason why it perhaps had started is in large part because of the conservative nature of our employees in not cashing it out when they haven't been able to take their vacations. And it's been loosely administered. And because of that, that's kind of why we're at the place we're at currently. It's not something that we attended to annually, and that's largely why it's becoming an audit finding. But we're actually very pleased to be in the cash position that we are. And as we're reporting to you, because the cash position that we're in certainly makes it much easier at this point to address the issue head on. And one of the things that we're going to do so that we avoid it happening again is putting in place a procedure that forces cash out for anything that starts accruing, or any hours that start accruing above the limits. They would automatically get cashed out so as to avoid the growing of a significant liability.
Okay, I understand. And what are the policies that are going to be implemented? And will those policies be implemented in the council policy, or is that going to be the employee manual that you're going to be looking at for?
Well, I just kind of laid out a summary of what I think those policies are going to be. We'll draft them as administrative policies.
Will the administrative policies be within the personnel or the council policy? Do you know?
Your time is up.
They'd be personnel policies.
Thank you.
Member Ramirez, do you have any technical questions for clarification?
No question.
Thank you. Member Tim.
Actually, Councilmember Gomez asked my question. It was regarding the overtime accruement for 86 employees, and Mr. Metzler answered it. He said that there were controls in place, but they were loosely, I think I understood, loosely monitored, and you're going to tighten up those controls to make sure that this audit finding isn't recurring for the next fiscal year. So thank you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, I'd just like to add, great job to Mr. McGee and his team. Thank you.
Irving. And
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I just heard two different things. One was vacation, and then
certainly, Member Becerra, one moment. So certainly you recognize, and we can go with this. Since you do have additional time left, you are free to ask additional questions.
so it's a vacation payout. No matter what, we're paying the employees whether we pay them now or whether they stay here 20 years and then we pay them when they leave. Vacation payout is that. It's a vacation payout, correct? Not a sick leave payout.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
Okay. And then I have no questions now. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing and we'll take public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, the first speaker is Miguel Soto Jr.
Mr. Soto Jr., welcome.
He has disappeared. So the next speaker I have is C.I. Garcia.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Well, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and I guess it took a little time for Mr. Soto to get online. So welcome, Mr. Soto.
Yep.
Are you with us? Oh, Mr. Soto, it looks like you're muted.
Hello,
you
can
go.
you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So big concern was a lot was mentioned about the 80 employees who accrued overtime, over 500,000, and it was answered by our manager. But it's more concerning that we don't have the administrative policies right now. So my question was to our city manager, what are the administrative policies that you're going to be putting forward so the next year we don't occur with this over budget?
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Yes.
The next speaker I have is Cassandra Black.
I'm unmuting. Is this
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I just first want to make sure that I'm in the right slot because I didn't receive the agenda. So is this where organizations come before you just to kind of share what we've been doing, or is this not that segment?
Ms. Black, that's our next item.
Okay, so I will wait. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Black. We look forward to hearing from you. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, the chair is going to close the public hearing and bring this item back to the council. And as I have additional time, I haven't used any time on questions. I'm wondering, Mr. Metzler, might you be able to respond to the question about administrative policies going forward?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. And first, the question by Mr. Soto spoke to overtime, and I wanted to clarify what we're actually talking about in the budget. We're actually talking about accrued annual leave, or also known as vacation time, which is much different than overtime. And so in this particular case, we're dealing with the annual leave. We do have policies in place that establish certain limits to which employees are not allowed to exceed the accrual amount, and they've been loosely administered. And effectively what we're intending to do after cashing out the benefits to get the employees down to the minimum levels, put some better controls in place beyond what we currently have, which is basically encouraging the employees to take vacation before they receive their maximum accrual limit. We'll actually start putting controls in place to the point where they actually achieve or exceed the vacation limit. One of the controls we're looking at is cashing that out so that we don't have this growing liability that surprises us, say, 2 or 3 years down the road. That's one example of a control that we're looking at. We haven't written it. We wanted to deal with this issue first, and it's our expectation to have that policy formalized before the fiscal, so that way it doesn't become an audit finding for the next audit.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. This time the chair invites a motion. So it's going to be appropriate at this time to recommend that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. The council member agrees with that. Please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And so now we're going to get into discussion on the pending motion, which is to adopt staff recommendation. Member Becerra, beginning with you.
No comments, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. I disagree with the motion of passing the amendment.
Member
Because-
Gomez, hold on just one moment. I apologize. Madam Clerk, can you stop the clock? We're getting some feedback, so I just want to make sure that everyone has their mics muted. Okay, go ahead, Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, will you please turn the clock back on?
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't appreciate the amendment. And so I'm gonna go ahead and vote against it because the 86 employees and the loose administrative site just doesn't find it appetizing to the problems that we find in an audit. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And we had quite a bit of feedback on that last time, and I looked to see, it looks like everyone had their mics muted. So Member Gomez, I don't know if this has anything to do with multiple devices, but if you would keep that in mind, it would be helpful for us all. Member Ramirez, do you have any comments as it relates to the pending motion?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, I do not. I also think I'm the source of the confusion. I think I misspoke and said overtime earlier when I was getting questions answered regarding technical issues. Thank you.
Gotcha. Yes. All right. Thank you. And I have none. The discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez, Councilmember Ramirez, you are muted.
Aye.
Mayor
Did you
Pro
get
Tem
that?
Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendations as set out on the agenda. We now move on to item 2, which is the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's HUD, required public hearing for community planning and development grants fiscal year 2021-2022. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is something that we do annually, and as an entitlement city, meaning we receive money directly from the federal government as it relates to community development block grant funding. We actually administer the entire process ourselves, including the solicitation for applications, the review, and then the eventual award, and then the exhaustive reporting that goes along with it on an annual and semi-annual basis. We're at the stage right now where we've taken applications. We will be convening with the CDBG review committee here very soon, but we're also required procedurally to conduct a public hearing from the citizens and prospective applicants for those funds. And so today is here really as an item to open up a hearing and take testimony from residents to describe what they envision are their needs, but then also from the prospective applicants to perhaps share with you what they intend to do, or what they do and what they intend to do if they're selected for funding. So with that, the author on the item is Scott Webb. He's your city planner. He's available for any technical questions relating to CDBG and this particular item. I turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive citizen, agency, and prospective applicant comments regarding the city's needs and strategies for the 21-22 Annual Action Plan.
Thank you. And I don't know that it's needed, but we'll go ahead. I'll open it up to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So was there an ad hoc committee? If so, who were they?
Not sure as far as ad hoc committee. The council has appointed a subcommittee comprising a couple members of itself that will actually work with staff to review the applications.
Who were they?
I believe Mayor Jones and Councilmember Becerra, but I could be corrected.
I believe that's correct.
So the only two people involved in this committee are them, no one else?
They are the council appointed representatives and they will sit with staff to review the applications.
Okay, and those staff, Economic Development Executive Director Sophie Smith, 3 people altogether. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think this year would be Janelle Davidson leading up the development department and economic development side of the house though.
Okay, and what was the process for distributing? Oh, wait, they haven't been distributed yet, right? That's the future.
They may, as of today, have been distributed, the applications, because I believe we're shooting for, if not this week, next week to meet with the review committee.
Okay, was the process for distribution, what is the process? I'm trying to see if this is the same process with HUD, because this is CDP and it includes HUD. Before it was someone else that would take care of this. So I'm trying to understand if it's still the same process.
It's still the same process for us. We haven't changed it in the last, at least 10 years, maybe 15.
Okay, for the granting of the board, is there, or the monies distributed, are there any oversight boards?
No, everything is under the purview of this council.
And what's the current city protocol for receiving needs and strategies outside of the council meetings if someone wanted to be a part of this?
Well, we are required to conduct annual action plan reviews. We're also required to hold hearings that actually take citizen input to help identify what our priorities are going to be. And that's typically in the con plan or even the 5-year plan. So to the extent we can steer them towards those opportunities, those would be the best venues to be heard and have those comments taken to be incorporated into the planning process.
Is that the same with CDP?
You're going to have to tell me what you mean by CDP.
Right here, maybe it's CPD, but there's an acronym. You called it the CON plan, and I thought it was a different acronym for it.
CON plan stands for a consolidated plan.
Okay. So here it's the community planning and development.
It's the same thing.
Okay. And what role does the city's liaison play into these recommendations found on item number 2?
Who are you describing as a city's liaison?
There's an employee who's been working with the city for over 10 years, and I thought she was the type of liaison for this type of process.
I'm not sure who you're speaking about specifically.
Okay. And what agencies and nonprofits receives monies currently from CPD grants and HUD requirements? And can the city provide a list of them to the council by email in an inbox?
Well, Councilmember Gomez has made a request, so we'll look for council consensus on directing that information to be sent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, I was just kind of glancing through to see if by chance we had in the staff report. It certainly would have been a part of any award that we would have made in a staff report for this current fiscal year. But because we haven't gone through and awarded for the upcoming fiscal year, yeah, we don't have any entities to list at this time.
Okay, so then we have people online ready to say what their organizations have done, but we don't have a list yet. Is that what you're saying, not compiled?
No, because we haven't gotten through the award process yet.
Okay, I understand. And I don't need the majority to say whether I can receive a list of them. I could just privately ask you through a CPR, through a California Public Records request or on my own. I don't need consensus from the council. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Member Gomez, the chair is simply following protocols in terms of directing. That's what it sounded like to the chair. If the council member wishes to use an avenue, that's certainly up to her. All right, Member Ramirez, do you have any technical questions?
No, I do.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and I have none. That said, the chair opens the public hearing and will begin taking public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
The first speaker is Linda Elliott.
Welcome, Miss Elliott.
Thank you and good evening. I'm with the Assistance League of Victor Valley, and many of you have known us from the past and our main program being Operation School Bell. This is where we provide new school clothing to the students in the high desert, including and especially Victorville school districts. And in the past, you might have known we would take these kids on shopping events at the Target stores where we would let them pick out their own clothes and we'd pay the bill for them, which was pretty cool. Unfortunately, with COVID this year, we had to come up with a new game plan, and we've been able to still provide that new clothing, only we changed our focus a little bit to new shoes, socks, underwear, sweatpants, and hoodies, more the types of things they'd be lounging around in at home to do their virtual learning. So we had to take orders through the school districts for their students to get their sizes and if they're male, female, and which schools they're at. And then we had to go out and shop online, have everything delivered to our offices, sort those clothes by size, bag them up by student's name, deliver them to the schools, and the schools got them out to the students. So it was quite an effort. Not as much fun as seeing the kids' faces in person, picking out clothes, but at least we got them to them. And so we're pretty excited about that. So far, we've already clothed 263 students in the Victorville schools. Our goal from our grants last year was 238, so we've already surpassed the goal. And we're still doing the high school, so we expect to do another 125 students still. We also have a program that we were able to get a COVID CDBG from you last year on called Outreach. And this is a program that lets us be totally flexible when an emergency occurs and where something doesn't fit under our normal programs. And so with COVID, we considered that emergency. And we were able to go out to the schools and ask, okay, what do your families need right now? And with that, they said really they needed basic food items. And I know there's a lot of food banks out there, but we went ahead and our volunteers shopped and delivered 200 family feast boxes of $50 worth of groceries just before Thanksgiving. So, and we're expecting to do another 50 this quarter. So that'll be 250 families that got huge food boxes from us. And this is all done with less revenue than expected. You know, we have a thrift shop that's run by our volunteers. And of course, it's been closed pretty much the whole year, but we've still been able to maintain our programs and we still expect to clothe all of the children in all the school districts that we had originally planned for. But of course, this year will be—
Ms. Elliott, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is C.I. Garcia.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you all so much. My name is Carmen Eileen Garcia, and I'm the CEO at Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board. We provide fair housing services and landlord-tenant services to residents of Victorville. Our main office is in Ontario, but we have an office in Victorville. Currently, we're providing services virtually, by phone, through the mail, because we're limited in the, our office is not open to the public in Victorville, or any of our other offices are still closed due to COVID-19. But we're continuing to provide services, and a lot of people call our office because they aren't quite sure what are their landlord-tenant rights and responsibilities, what are their fair housing rights and responsibilities. Later this month, we're going to provide a webinar via Zoom that's going to provide education and information about fair housing and COVID-19. What are fair housing issues related to COVID-19? We're going to provide other fair housing information, such as rights related to disability and fair housing. We're also going to provide, in conjunction with Inland County Legal Services, who agreed to be part of our training, one of their attorneys is going to be on that webinar giving people information about landlord-tenant rights. And so we put together a pretty good Zoom presentation that people that live in Victorville, residents of Victorville, can enjoy and learn. It's open to city employees, council members, mayor, and everybody is welcome to join the webinar, and the webinar is free. So we are a nonprofit agency, and we've been providing these fair housing landlord tenant services to the city of Victorville. And there's quite a bit of demand for these services. So we're happy that we're able to provide them. And we really appreciate your support and the fact that you all fund these services, because they very much are needed by the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Madam Clerk.
Cassandra Black.
Welcome again, Ms. Black. Ms. Black, you're muted. There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. You can tell I'm just so tired of being isolated in my house. If I get a chance to speak to people, I want to talk. Okay, and so I hope everyone is keeping healthy and safe during these times. And I want to express gratitude for all you're doing to support businesses and organizations within the city of Victorville, especially during these times. And as for our agency, in all honesty, COVID-19 has caused us to make adjustments and rethink how we connect with our community. But so far, we've made the necessary adjustments in order to keep serving those that have been victimized by sexual assault. We've been able to consistently maintain our programs and clients, as well as embrace new opportunities to reach clients through more saturated social media efforts and virtual settings. We've established a prevention program now that is specific to virtual settings so that we don't skip a beat with our support groups and our workshops. And now, as it has always been prior to COVID, we adapt our programs to provide the best services we can in order to support our clients, which are foremost to us. And having just an understanding about sexual assault, I know that you all realize it's devastating. It's a life-altering experience. And so when our clients initially come to us, they feel broken. But in receiving our services of counseling, advocacy, accompaniment to law enforcement interviews, hospitals, and court, and attending and participating in our support groups and workshops, as well as learning and building confidence through our prevention education programs, we get positive statements from our clients validating that we're making a difference in their lives. I want to share just a few statements we've recently received. One statement from a letter says, "This agency has helped me to gain confidence and understanding of my trauma and nightmares, making it possible to move forward in my goals and my dreams." Another statement says, the techniques I've learned from the support groups and my wonderful counselor, don't know who they could be talking about, have become a part of my life. And the last one I want to share, I can say without a doubt, this counseling has helped me heal from my abuse more than anything else in my life. So I just want to thank you for your past and hopefully continued support, allowing us to do what we do best. It's truly a help in us serving children, women, and men traumatized by sexual assault. And I thank you for listening and allowing me to share. Do you have any questions for me?
We're not permitted to do that, but we certainly do appreciate your coming and taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you so much and have a
Yes.
wonderful evening.
Thank you. You as well, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Ms. Martin, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I just really want to echo the, well, I don't know how to put it, expression of Miss Linda Elliott, I believe it was, in the need to provide our city's children with necessities. And I've heard of this organization before, and I've been aware of through social media in the past when they've done these things. And I think it's beyond wonderful. We're not exactly living in San Bernardino County, not being particularly a rich neighborhood or up here in the high desert. We do have a large population of people that are just scratching to get by. And I think I support this, and I think anything generous would be a wise enhancement to our community by providing those things for the children. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
The next speaker is Albet and Court 4. LBET and Court 4.
Yes, it's Love Betancourt. Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much. My name, I just said my name. I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first time.
Oh, please don't be. Please don't be. We're your neighbors.
I am visiting here with my daughter and my grandson in Victorville. I am a member of my community board, 41st Precinct, 48th Precinct, Community Board 2. Everything is volunteer. I'm the president of my homeowners association in the Bronx, New York. My Sergeant Guglielmo of the 41st Precinct reached out to your council for me. And this is how I got in touch with Miss Karim Ostrom. I want to say hello, Karim. Thank you for reaching out to me and giving me the information to join this meeting tonight. Another thing I want to say is to a special hello to Captain Wickham, Jay Wickham. That's his name, right?
Ms. Betancourt, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we're on an item that's dealing with the granting of monies to organizations. Is that what you wish to speak to?
I see. I just want to say hello, okay? And
Well,
give
you know
Captain
what?
Wickham.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
give Captain Wickham a big hello. So when I get back to see my captain at home, I'll tell him I met Captain Wickham through Zoom.
Ms. Betancourt,
Okay.
thank you so much. We do have a public comment period at the end of the meeting. We would
Okay.
certainly invite you to come back and share more with us, but thank you so much.
Sure.
Yes.
Not a problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you very much. All right, the public hearing is now closed. Chair brings this item back to the council. And it appears that there's no action necessary on this item. We just, it was to conduct a public hearing. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and you know, even though we're not, there's no action necessary, I think it probably would be appropriate to just, if any council member wants to make a comment or two, I think it would be appropriate, and we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Just looking forward to go through the applications and everything. We already do have them. So we'll get through this and hope to get back with everybody who spoke that's interested in their application.
Thank you. Member Gomez, do you have a brief comment?
Are we still on item number 2?
Yes. And so, Member Gomez, this one's a little bit different because there's no, we're not taking any action. There's no motion required, but I thought it might be reasonable if any council member wished to make a comment or two. So please feel free.
Yeah, it's my understanding that items under HUD and the community planning grants are ones where we have the community come out and tell us what is happening and how they're assisting Victorville residents. And so I'm appreciative that at least 2 individuals got information. I know it's sometimes very esoteric to try to come into the Zoom meeting and figure it out, but those 2 people made it in, so I appreciate the comments provided. So you're taking care of our community as we're trying to do our due diligence as well, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez, do you have any brief comments to make?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to the representatives who have come from the different organizations and nonprofits and agencies who are out in the community doing the good work and helping our citizens who are in need. So I just wanted to say thank you and thank you for sharing what you do to make our community a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. And certainly the chair echoes the sentiments of my colleagues. All right, next business in order is the consent calendar. It's items 3 through 7. Are there any special requests?
Yes, Councilmember Gomez would like to pull items 3 and 4 for questions.
3 and 4. Okay. Before we do that, are there any other special requests? Okay, hearing none. So Member Gomez would like to pull item, we're going to begin with these one at a time. Member Gomez would like to pull item 3 for separate consideration. That is so moved. Is there a second to do that?
I second it.
Okay, we have a first by Member Gomez and a second by Member Ramirez to pull the item for separate consideration. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
No.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
No. Okay, so that item is going to be removed from the consent calendar for separate consideration, and that will be taken up at the end of the written communications section. And as to item number 4 being pulled for separate consideration, presuming that that's moved by Member Gomez, is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion to adopt the consent calendar as per the recommendation set out on the agenda for items 4 through 7.
So moved.
Second.
Tim, and a second by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, will you kindly? Oh, excuse me, my apologies. We need public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No speakers.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry. Blanca Gomez, Councilmember Gomez raised her hand.
You speak on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. As a member of the public, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Blanca Gomez. I'm a sitting council member, speaking as a member of the public. I'm really troubled because these are items in consent calendar that are supposedly not supposed to be in any regard contentious. But when a council member brings to the attention of certain things happening with VMIS operations, and we have a special meeting on March 9th and it's denied, it just brings a little bit of worry to myself that no other council member would allow me to be able to speak on these items. However, I do believe that I can still make my questions. I wanted to see if you could briefly explain how VMIS is doing with the gas and the electric sold to the customers, and how the completed project of SFG gas switch replaced contributed to VMIS's operation results in the quarters reported in the item that was listed. Because I'm speaking as a member of the public, the Brown Act does allow for staff to respond. However, it has been set precedent that for whatever reason, this council has decided to blockade any type of communication for clarification's sake. So I just wanted to let the general public know that these are means that we can use, and they're discretionary based on the discretion of the chair and the voting members, but the Brown Act does allow them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. I think it would be helpful for our audience members to know, as council members do, that during meetings, council policy does not permit questions to be asked of council members, city staff, or members of the audience without permission of the presiding officer. However, there are various means available to them before and after meetings, specifically to have their questions answered. During meetings, there's another method that can be used. So during agenda items, council members may ask follow-up questions of staff that arise from public comments, much as you saw the chair do earlier, so long as it's directly related to the agenda item. So in as much as that 3-minute time limit applies cumulatively for all questions of staff, a council member may draw from his or her time remaining from the initial round of questions to staff for follow-up questions. And Mr. Debordnowski, I think there might be a point as to the Brown Act allowing for very minor clarification. Can you help us with that?
Yes, it certainly is. The Brown Act does allow for minor clarifications, and especially if council members ask staff for clarifications, they can do that. Again, presiding officer usually controls how that happens, but certainly there is the opportunity, to the extent you deem appropriate, to answer simple, easy questions that are related to an agenda item. So as long as it doesn't get into a new debate or discussion.
Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right. With that said, are there any other requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
Yes, by phone number 909-301-2723.
Good evening, members of the council. My name's Angel Esparza. I just got a question. Are we removing item 5? Is that what it is?
Oh,
tonight's agenda?
no, sir. No, sir. No. Item number 3 is going to be removed from the consent calendar for separate consideration. So it'll be handled like any other agenda item, but that will come at the end of the written communication section.
Okay, so we're still on for 5, right?
Yes, and you're free to speak to that if you'd wish.
Perfect. I'll chime in then. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, any other requests?
Yes, T. Gillespie.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Gillespie. I'm a Director of Administrative Services for A Better Way. I didn't get to say anything during the CDBG, so I missed out. So I just wanted to say that our domestic violence agency has been serving
Ms. Gillespie, my apologies. Right now we're dealing with the consent calendar, but I do recognize the position that you're in, and we certainly do wish to hear from you. The public hearing on that is closed, but at the end of this meeting, we do have an additional public comment period, and we would certainly invite you to come back and share with us.
Thank you so much. I just want to know where I can get my thank you in.
Oh, you're so wonderful. Thank you. We look forward to hearing from you later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
There are no other speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The chair brings this item back to the council. Chair invites a motion to adopt the recommendations set out on the agendas for item 4 through 7.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
That motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the council has adopted the recommendations set out on the agenda for items 4 through 7. And again, item 3 will be heard at the conclusion of the written communications section. All right, our next business in order is the written communications section. And because we have a very full agenda this evening, it's all the more important to be as efficient as possible and respectful of others' times. It's with this in mind that the chair is going to change the order in which certain items in this section of the agenda are taken up. So the order will be as follows. Item 16 will come first, followed by items 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 10, 11, 17, and 3. Let me repeat that. The order in which the items will be taken up this evening are as follows. Items 16, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 10, 11, 17, and 3. And additionally, individual speakers will be allowed to address the council once per agenda item for up to 2 minutes. All right, beginning with item number 16.
Councilmember Gomez would like to be recognized for clarification's sake.
You're certainly welcome. Do you have a question?
I have clarification. You changed the orders of the day, and did you shorten the time for the public speakers? Would you clarify that?
Sure. So the chair changed the sequence under which the items are going to be heard this evening. And because we have a very full agenda, the comments from the public speakers are going to be reduced from 3 minutes to up to 2 minutes, up to 3 minutes to up to 2 minutes.
Okay, so clarification from 3 to 2 for public comment, and the purpose
Yes.
of reorganizing the sequence was because of too many agenda items?
It's for efficiency in the meeting. We have a very full agenda.
Thank you for the clarification.
And to respect other people's time, other members of the public's time. All right, so beginning with item number 16, this is the annual financial reports for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is an annual requirement that we perform an audit of our financial statements and also of our procedures. We do have a presentation from our auditor. This item was introduced by your finance director, Bobby McGee. I'll turn it over to him and he can introduce the auditors.
Thank you, sir. And once again, thank you, Mayor Jones and members of the council. We've got a number of finance staff here tonight that will be able to answer any technical questions that come up, but obviously Cassie from CLA is here to present her findings on what they saw as part of our annual financial audit. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Cassie.
All right, good evening. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Just give me a moment so that you can see the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, So I'm Cassie Rademacher. I'm a principal at Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm here today to present the results of our audit of the city's financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2020. In this presentation, I will go over the scope of services, the independent auditor's report, the report on internal control, the communication to those charged with governance, and the upcoming accounting pronouncements. The services we provide the city include an audit of the annual financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2020, in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. Our audit opinions include the City of Victorville and the city's blended component units, which are the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, SCLAA, and the Victorville Water District. In the independent auditor's report, we note that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements and for internal controls over those financial statements. Our responsibility as the auditors is to express an opinion on those financial statements. The standards require that the audit is planned and performed to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. We have issued unmodified opinions on the city, SCLAA, and the Water District for the year ended June 30th, 2020. This used to be called an unqualified opinion, but in the past several years, the title has been changed to unmodified. This is also generally referred to in the public as a clean opinion. An unmodified opinion means that, in our opinion, the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards. Our opinion also references a separate report that is required by government auditing standards and that I'll go over next. So this is a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of a financial statement in accordance with government auditing standards. In planning and performing our audit of the financial statements, we considered the city's internal control over financial reporting to determine the audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the basic financial statements. Before I continue with the items specifically noted in the report, I want to explain the difference between the two types of findings that can be included in this particular report. The first is a material weakness, which means that there's a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement would not be prevented or detected by the city's internal controls on a timely basis. That's the highest or worst type of deficiency that we can note in this report. The second item is a significant deficiency, which is less severe than a material weakness, but is still important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. During our audit, we did not identify any material weaknesses. However, we did identify certain deficiencies in internal control that we do consider to be significant deficiencies. The first item relates to year-end closing procedures. Sound internal control processes are required to ensure that the books are closed and available for audit. There are several audit adjustments that were made as a result of our procedures that are detailed in that letter. They impacted grants receivable, notes receivable, capital assets, liabilities, deferred outflows and inflows of resources, revenues, and expenditures. And I just want to clarify for this item that the audited financial statements do include these correcting adjustments in the balances that are reported. The next item we noted is the loan between the SCLAA and the successor agency, which per the terms of the note was to be repaid on June 30th, 2014. Our recommendation is that that promissory note be revised in order to reflect a more accurate repayment period. The next item we noted is regarding the timely refunds of engineering deposits that are retained as security for performance. The city should develop policies and procedures to ensure timely refunding of deposits when it's determined that the performance has occurred. The next item we noted is the timeliness of the bank reconciliations, which ideally should be completed and reviewed within 45 days after month end. We did note a bank reconciliation that was not prepared and reviewed within this recommended time frame, and we just recommend that this task be performed more timely. The next item we noted regarding the city's policy for the maximum vacation hours. I know that's already been discussed by Bobby in your budget review. So we did note some employees with vacation hour accruals in excess of that 400-hour limit by the policy. And we did recommend that the city implement controls and procedures to ensure the compliance with that policy. The last item we noted is regarding the other federal grant special revenue fund. It has a deficit for which we are recommending that the city review the funds to determine the appropriate sources to address the deficit and record any transfers or journal entries as is necessary to address the deficit. The next part of the Government Auditing Standards report discusses that as part of the audit, we also perform tests of compliance with certain provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements, but those that could have a direct and material effect on the determination of the financial statement amounts. The results of our tests disclose no instances of noncompliance that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. So the next communication I'll go over are just some highlights from our communication to those charged with governance. The plan, scope, and timing of the June 30th, 2020 audit was communicated to the city in a planning letter dated June 11th, 2020. Management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting policies, which are described in Note 1 to the financial statements. Management has selected and applied the significant accounting policies appropriately and consistently. The financial statements include estimates and sensitive financial statement disclosures that are specifically listed in this letter. As a result of our audit-related test work, we did propose certain corrections to the financial statements that are detailed in this letter, and they are the same items that are also noted in the Government Auditing Standards letter. We did request certain representations from management, and in this letter, they did represent to us that they have provided all of the information that is significant to our audit. To our knowledge, management did not consult with other accountants regarding auditing or accounting matters. So the last item I just want to go over with the city very briefly is just upcoming new accounting pronouncements that are going to be significant to the city. So the first is GASB 84 regarding fiduciary activities. That will be effective for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, and it could result in reclassifying certain items that were previously categorized as fiduciary funds into governmental funds. The other significant GASB that is upcoming in the following fiscal year, so the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022, is regarding leases. So in the case where the city is a lessor, this will result in a lease receivable and a deferred inflow of resources. And in cases where the city is the lessee, it will result in an asset for the right to use an asset offset by a lease liability. So currently these amounts are recognized as revenues and expenses when they are earned or incurred. So just an update on what's going to be happening in the next financial statements. So that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions on the audit if there are any at this time.
Thank you. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll read the recommendation afterward. So we'll begin with Member Becerra. Do you have any technical questions for clarification?
No, thank you for the very full response. It was self-explanatory. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, how does the auditing agency select the financial statements? Are they randomly selected? Are they provided to you? Do you have full access?
So the financial statements are the city's general ledger. So the city has an accounting system in which they track all of their financial transactions. So all of the year's activity aggregates in these accounts. And at the end of the fiscal year, when the city is done performing their closing procedures, they provide us with what we call a trial balance, which is basically a summary of all of the accounts of the city. So those are the balances and accounts that we audit. And then that information is compiled into the financial statements that are included as the CAFR for your review.
Okay, so it's my understanding that you get 100% of the aggregate, or you're getting a summary of something original and you're taking it from the non-original portion, just the summaries and analyzing the summaries portion of the statements for each category in the city of Victorville.
So I think, are you asking about the audit procedures for specific account balances and what we do? Is that, or are you?
Well, I'm a little bit concerned because we got a couple of significant weaknesses, and it has to do with some administrative ways of not behaving a little bit too loose. So this is not the first time that I heard this from an auditor. So I want to see if it's the same process from what the former auditor would do, which was just take a sample, but it was given from, I think, the CFO rather than what you're saying. It seems like it's different.
Okay, so let me kind of go over just briefly the audit process. So we do operate on a risk-based process. So we look at the entity-wide controls. We review the city's website for information regarding your reports, your budget, we review your minutes. And so all of that plus your controls at the entity-wide, so your city council meetings that you are attending where you are reviewing and monitoring compliance with items. All of that feeds into, we review it for any risks. The next step we take is we look at the actual transaction classes, the major transaction classes of the city. So cash disbursements, payroll, utility billing, we document and we test the controls over those processes in order to assess the risk at those individual levels. So once all of that planning is performed, we use any risks we've identified in order to determine our audit plan. So our audit plan will have different tests depending on the risks that we identified for different transaction classes or account balances. So in many cases, you would sample. The auditing standards require reasonable assurance. So typically 100% of a balance would not be tested. The amount of your sample depends on your risk. So if your risk is higher, we will likely sample much more than if your risk is lower. So I kind of gave, it's a lot of information, but I hope that addresses your question.
No, it does. It's formally what the former auditor would do, just in different terms. I mean, technical language as well.
Sure.
I understood that portion. The thing that brought my attention was, what is the category, if there is such a thing as a categorical scoring, how do you determine what's high risk versus something outside of what would be considered high?
So I think giving something a categorical scoring it's a little difficult because every entity is different. So like an example for something that would be riskier would be if we reviewed the internal controls and we noted a lack of segregation of duties. So if someone had custody over the asset, they are also recording the transaction and they are approving the transaction, it's too much control for one person that they should have. So if there were no mitigating controls, then that area would specifically be tagged for doing more extensive substantive testing.
Okay. Do you have a precise example if we were even, I don't believe we were for high risk allotted any sample, and I'm just inferring based on what you're telling me. But if I'm wrong, is there a portion where you can point on a page number with our agenda so that I can see what the high risk look like in this fashion?
So really the high risk and things like that, those are based on our review of the internal controls. So it's more of looking at account balances, and it's not so much as pointing at a page on the CAFR and saying that is a risk disclosure. There are some areas that have more sensitive estimates, right? Like the pension and things like that we also review. But yeah, it's not as probably black and white as saying high risk and it's this particular balance on a CAFR.
Okay, and then my last question is, besides the CAFR and the GASB, what can council members look at to keep tabs on things of this nature for future?
On nature for the internal controls?
Just if there's another website that allows us to have a little bit more understanding, so by the time you come in as an auditor, we're kind of knowing what procedures you're asking, and that'll help with the efficiency of time and asking questions.
So you want to know more about the audit process and how it works? Is that what you're?
So if you have a link that I can visit, something that just kind of puts me forth, so I could just kind of read up a little bit on the scoring and how high risk accumulates just generically.
So there isn't a score process. So that's where I'm having a difficult time, I think, explaining it. So there's not a numerical. You won't get a rating for your city that you're an 80 or 100. That doesn't exist. So it's not quantified in that manner. And I think it's difficult. I could look and see if there's maybe a basic kind of going over auditing procedures on the website, but it is difficult because it does take some extensive educational background and classes, because it's not a very simple concept. And I think a lot of college students go through their first auditing class and they still don't really know what they're doing until they start doing it. And it takes a couple of years to kind of understand. So I'm saying that I don't want to make you think it's that simple to understand, like we can just rate things as 1 through 10.
Right. So when you come up with that website, if you could please, consider forwarding to me so I can at least do my own, and even if it's
I can look into it. I have to tell you, I'm not certain about that. So I'll have to get back to you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. And I may be mistaken on this, and I certainly don't want our city to get in any pickle, but Mr. DeBortnowski or Mr. Metzler, is it typical, or, I mean, does that cross the lines in any way for any of us to, this sounds like that's just a request for a website and not communication. Was that still appropriate?
To the extent the information is made available to all the council members, I think it would be fine.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Tim Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one question of Mr. Metzler or Mr. McGee. In terms of those, we have already know something about one of the areas listed in significant deficiency. Can you help us with, what steps are being taken, or are we going to hear about what steps are going to be taken to deal with the other 5 areas?
I can speak to a couple of them. First, the one that was entitled year-end close, I believe that's something that we've already handled. It had to deal with a booking entry involving, I believe, the Green Tree Extension project, and perhaps booking revenues and expenses to the wrong account. So I believe that's either been corrected or being corrected. The other item in there that I can speak to is the SCLA loan being revised, and that one, that's no surprise to us. This one's much more complicated, and it's something that we'll work towards. Not even convinced we can guarantee that it won't be a finding next year, because the biggest challenge is that this involves a loan between the airport authority and the former redevelopment agency. As you know, the redevelopment agency doesn't exist, and has to go through a pretty complicated process involving now the successor agency and oversight board consent. So we will work towards that. And in fact, we've enlisted some help to pursue that. But that's a very lengthy process, and you're really being asked here to modify a loan with an organization that really doesn't exist anymore. So we will work towards that. And even if that issue survives the close of this fiscal year, we'll continue to work towards it until we can get some kind of disposition of it. The other ones I'll leave for Mr. McGee if he can attend to those.
Sure, happy to. And I'll speak more in generalities on the remaining 3. So we do recognize the deficiencies that are there, and you'll see in the government auditing standards letter, which is commonly referred to as the GAS letter. We did have some responses there that we are already looking into these types of things. As you can imagine, when a city is putting together its financials, there's a lot of hands that touch this, and it's something that myself and the finance team have already started looking at. We've been talking with our auditors specifically about what they saw and what the controls were and some appropriate ways to potentially address these things in the future and provide some additional training, not only to finance staff, but potentially to staff in other departments that that may need some assistance in making sure that these things are coded correctly in the future and that they're done in a timely manner. And so it's a process, it's a review and implementation process that will be taking place over the next few months for sure. And we're confident that we'll get there, and we won't have any of these items show us a repeat finding for next year, any of these remaining items.
Okay, and then bank reconciliations. The timing
Sure.
of those.
Sure. So, and that's an issue that we've discussed internally already. And I think we've pretty much got a plan in place to make sure that those things are handled on a timely basis. Obviously, over the past year plus, we've been in some pretty unique times, and some of these things did fall by the wayside, and we recognize that. But in working with our accounting team, moving forward in the future, we believe we've already got a process in place that will have that corrected, where those things will be completed timely. We have started creating a master calendar in the finance department. There's a number of things outside of just general bank reconciliations that we want to make sure that that we are hitting all of these deadlines, and that we're not missing any of these things. And so that's going to be part of the finance management team's biweekly review, where we have our management meetings. We're going to talk about what's on the calendar and make sure that we're hitting everything moving forward.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Sorry. That the City Council and Board of Directors approve a motion to receive and file the following: City of Victorville Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Independent Auditor Report on internal control over financial reporting and on a compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Victorville Water District Basic Financial Statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020, and Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Basics Financial Statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020.
Thank you. At this time, the chair opens this item for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests?
Yes, the first speaker is Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello, good evening. It was a good report from Miss Casey Redden-Marker. I'm sorry if I butchered her name. It's good that we have very talented, educated people with so many degrees up there explaining what they went to school for 10 years to learn and to process. But then when you're presenting it to the general public, us, we don't have those degrees. We'd like to hear kind of like simple language, fiduciary, all these things that you're going to do a loan to an organization that doesn't exist anymore. How does that factor us in? Because, we are the ones paying for all this. We want to know exactly what Ms. Gomez touched on a little bit in explanation, but it'd be a lot easier for everybody to hang up and feel better in the evening if it was explained. Like when you send something to the moon, they didn't explain to you everything that they did to build that rocket ship. They said, we built the rocket ship and we sent it to the moon, and that's it. And to this is so complicated. I mean, there's words and terminology that are being thrown out there that is, for general people don't understand, to see what's going on. We hear of an audit. All I heard that I understood is all the information that the auditing services gets is what's told to them. That's it. They're not really working independently or as a third party. They just said, here, the year of the paper, this is 2 and 2. And the auditor gets it, it's 2 and 2, and it's 4. That's how I see it. But as to certain things happening, misappropriation, misuse, and certain things that need to be defined, that wasn't really explained. I was much more confused than anything. And I think I can harbor some more information.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk?
Brandon Dixon.
Welcome, Mr. Dixon.
Good evening, neighbors and city council. Just want to thank you for the opportunity. It sounds like this recent presentation was driven by the general accepted accounting principles. I believe it's referred to as GAAP. I'm glad there were some things called out to our deficiencies so we can get them addressed. And just wanted to say that thanks for the review. So it's at the table and we can make sure that our city moves in the right direction in addressing those. Thanks all.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Madam Clerk?
Miguel Soto Jr.
Mr. Soto, welcome again.
Hello?
Yes, welcome again, Mr. Soto.
Hi, yes, thank you. So I kind of just wanted to echo Ramiro Rodriguez's comment in terms of the transparency that, therefore the lack of transparency that we are receiving in terms of certain agenda items or those sorts of things. So my main question really is what can the city do to direct more transparency to the public? And as well as a public, I'm also expecting a response, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk?
Melissa Hughes.
Hi there, good evening. Hi, I'm Melissa Hughes with Cedar Health Life Change Center. I apologize that I wasn't able to navigate the format earlier to speak during the CDBG part of the agenda, but I would like to briefly tell you about Oasis
Thank
Health.
you. Ms. Hughes, if you'll hold on just a moment, we've already closed the public hearing on that, but the council certainly would be interested in hearing from you. We do have a public comment period again at the end of the agenda. We would invite you back to come and speak. We would love to hear from you.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. So the public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council. And as the chair has remaining time on this item, having some familiarity with the basics in accounting, certainly this auditing report is very transparent in my mind. The laws that have to be followed to undertake the audit are very stringent. And so I'm wondering if Mr. Metzler or Mr. McGee might comment on the issue of transparency as it relates to the audit report that was just delivered.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, I actually thought that was a good question. I'm really struggling to find an answer because I think we're as transparent as we can be. I'm not aware of any way to be more transparent than to not only invite an independent auditor into our four walls here at City Hall and review all of our ledgers, review all of our procedures, and then come out of our four walls and then report them via an audit report like this to the public in a public meeting with an opportunity to have a presentation, an independent presentation that we actually can't control and be subjected to independent review, whether it's good or bad. So I think considering the requirements of the auditor, the rules that they have to adhere to in performing, this is about as transparent as you can get. And I think it gives the truest reflection of how our financial statements present and how our procedures, internal controls are adhered to.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. At this time, the chair invites a motion, and the chair it's appropriate for the chair to invite a motion that the city council and the board of directors receive and file the reports and financial statements as noted on the agenda in points 1 through 4.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So we have that item moved by Mayor Pro Tem Irving and a second by Member Becerra. We're going to now move into discussion, and we'll begin with
point of clarification.
We do not have points of clarification, as Member Gomez knows. So the member is not recognized. Does the member wish to be recognized? Is
Okay,
there
I
a
don't know.
question?
Yeah, I'm trying to speak. And so if I ask for wanting to
so-
clarify something,
Sure,
I'm asking to
sure.
be recognized. It's inferred. Would you like to recognize me?
Sure, yes. So the appropriate thing to do in the future, Member Gomez, so that we're all on the same page, and we certainly do want that, is to just ask if you can be recognized. All right.
Okay, so I have something to add, and I would like to be recognized.
Okay. We're in discussion. Is this
Right.
something that you can do during the discussion period? We already have a motion on the table.
Well, if you wish not to recognize me, you can say so. I don't know how you want me to speak your language, but I'm using my own. So you don't want to
Okay, so
recognize
since
me.
we're in
if you're-
Okay, so I don't know what confusion there might be, that since we're just now entering into the discussion period. But let's give it a go. Go ahead and ask your question.
Well, thank you for recognizing me. It took a while. So a point of clarification means to me, so you understand, there's something happening with recommendation to receive and file. Typically, it's my notion understood that we do a motion not to receive and file, but this might be a little different. So the clarification that I was seeking from anyone available to provide it was, when we do a receive and file, should we still create that motion and have the normal procedures, or is that allotted something differently? And how do we treat it as a city when we do a receive and file?
Sure, certainly, Member Gomez. So the chair simply invited a motion in line with the recommendation that's set out on the agenda, which is to receive and file the various reports and financial statements. All right, moving on to discussion. We will begin with Member Irving.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm very happy to learn that the staff has created a master calendar for the finance department, and will review and monitor that calendar on a bi-weekly basis. Outside of that, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
Yeah, so Mr. McGee, Mr. Metzler, these financial reports make sense to both of you, that, as both of you had already stated, we're already following some of the changes they've already recommended. And we're going to keep continuing following. We're not just going to vote yes, file it away, close the drawer, and be done with it. Both of you are following their recommendations and paying close attention. So when we get them back out here again, they'll address that what they addressed this year, next year, everything was followed. So I don't get the file and move on. It's going to be paid attention by Mr. McGee and Mr. Metzler, correct?
I would say that's correct. Yeah, it does get embarrassing as management if you continue to get the same findings year after year. That may suggest that you are not doing anything, or at least putting a constructive use of these recommendations. Notwithstanding that, there is one that I shared with you that may survive because it's a complicated one. But that being said, we will continue to work towards that one.
Thank you very much to both of you. Mr. McGee, again, thank you to you and your staff. Very good report.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, the 2 cents that I would like to provide is in translation of what transparency does look like. Transparency looks like differently to individuals who have garnered higher education than probably the average person who's listening in. That's probably myself that I'm speaking to. So I would like, when we have reportings of this fashion, to have a breakdown as simplistically as possible after the complicated technical aspect of bringing all the technical terms, because I understand in these reportings, we don't have those definitions being broken down with context unless we have someone sitting next to us that can, provide the renditions that were able to go through this. So transparency to many of us means break it down to a fashion that we can understand, not bringing forth your personal language and overstepping the language that one brings in thought process. And all that means is if I don't believe it's transparent, it just looks like maybe I have a lack of understanding, and the word transparency fits in the layman's terms, but it doesn't fit in legal terms that the city might be looking at. So I thank you for allowing me to clarify some of the things that I've heard in the general public and that also incorporated myself.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
My concern regarding this presentation was that I would have liked more transparency in the knowledge and detail of those items that were considered to be risky. I would have liked to have known what they were so that in 30 to 60 days, Mr. Metzler could present how they have been rediscovered and rematted so that they are within the proper accounting. I find myself saying, okay, something's wrong. When are we going to know that you have taken care of it? I think that the city council needs to understand, when are you going to take care of it? That's my only concern. It was a wonderful report. It gave both sides, but I still would like to have itemized items as that were considered risky and not transparent enough in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. All right, and I have no comments. That said, discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
I'm gonna go accept and receive and file. So it's, did you guys get my response?
no.
Oh, I said aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. So the Council and Board of Directors has just taken action to receive and file the reports and financial statements as noted on the agenda in points 1 through 4. We're going to now move on to item 8. And in looking at this, it occurs that items number 8 and 9 are substantially similar. And with that, the chair, if the council is interested, the chair invites a motion to take up both of these items together and consider them together. Is there a motion to do so?
Second.
Okay, who was the first?
Councilwoman Gomez.
Okay. And who was the second?
Irving.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, with that said, we have a motion by Member Gomez, a second by Member Irving to take up items 8 and 9 together. That means considering them together. And so at this time, Madam Clerk, will you take the vote on that?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we're now going to take up items 8 and 9 together. Mr. Metzler. Let me just go ahead and read the titles on both of them together. And just by the way, for just clarity, we had this come up before, but I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that it's very clear to everyone that when we have something like this where we're taking them up together, we're chunking them together, the time limits apply as if it were one item being considered. So the title of item number 8 is the Proposition 68 Statewide Park Development and Community Revitalization Grant for Brentwood Park. Item 9, Proposition 68, statewide park development and community revitalization grant for Evadale Park. Mr. Metzler.
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'd like to be recused from this item and ask that you turn it over to Janelle Davidson. As you and the council know, I live fairly close to Brentwood Park, and to avoid a perception of a conflict, I don't believe one exists, but just to avoid the perception of a conflict, I'd like to recuse myself and have it turned over to Ms. Davidson, if that's okay.
Yes, of course it is. Thank you, Mr. Metzler, for being so considerate. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. The two items before the council this evening are requesting authorization to apply for grant funding through the statewide park program. One application is for Brentwood Park for approximately $2 million, and the other is for Evadale Park and approximately $3.3 million. The great thing about this grant opportunity is that there is no match requirement. The grant funding is being made available through general obligation bonds through the state. This was made possible by the voters having passed Proposition 68 back in 2018. This opportunity is round 4 of the grant program, and there is $395 million available. In August of 2019, the council authorized staff to apply under round 3 of the grant program. While we were not successful in that round of programming, we have consulted with our state representative to get a better understanding of how we could improve our applications for the current round. We've also reviewed our recently adopted Parks and Recreation Master Plan to make sure we're maximizing the improvements to both of these park sites. And we also looked at, if you recall, the GRASP analysis and the infill analysis to make sure that we're appropriately using those portions of the park. Some of the highlights under each application for Brentwood, we're looking to add a splash pad, an all-inclusive playground, a restroom, upgraded lighting, and renovated picnic area and walking loop. At Evadale, we're looking to also add a splash pad and an all-inclusive playground, upgraded and new sports field lighting, improved picnic areas, and a new walking loop. The application deadline is March 12th, and the state has indicated that they expect to issue awards late this summer. This opportunity represents a great source of funding to improve our park system, and we're asking the council to approve the application for this opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendations for items 8 and 9?
That the City Council adopt resolution number 21-008 and 21-009, approving the application for statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds for Brentwood Park and Evadale Park renovation projects, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for program administration.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification, and we will begin with Member Becerra.
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez. Technical questions for clarification as to the staff reports.
Yes. Is there doubt that we may receive the funds?
So I think we've done as much as we can to make our applications competitive, but I will tell you that the previous round was oversubscribed, I want to say by as much as 3 times the amount of funding that was available. So it is highly competitive.
And then can Brentwood Park and Evadale be expected to see equipment that is ADA compliant, and those for children who suffer from disabilities as well?
Yes, absolutely.
If 18% of the grant scoring was for community-based planning, where was the other percentage scoring?
If you refer to the table of contents, the grant application is fairly extensive. I'd have to pull up the application guide to understand the complete breakdown, but the state parks group was very specific in how they wanted applications to focus on community need. So even in instances where an organization had a shelf-ready project, you couldn't just apply for the project. You had to redo your public outreach and make sure that it was consistent with current community needs. So we did that in the 2019 application round. And then we also more recently refreshed that with our Park and Rec Master Plan.
So how many phases or rounds do we have? Is it by year?
There were 2 rounds available under Proposition 68, round 3 in 2019, and then this is round 4. This represents the final round.
And when was the last time the city redirected the legislative committee these propositions like 68 and others to that effect? We do have a legislative committee. I was wondering, did we use them as well?
We did not. The city council is responsible to refer items to the legislative review committee. This item was not referred.
I understand. And will the same amenities, equipments, and entertainment? Oh, you know what? That was a double question because you already responded. So let me look at the next question. Will the approximate $3.3 million be 100% coming from development and community grants, or is there something match for match?
There is no match associated with this grant.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Member Ramirez, do you have any technical questions for clarification as to the 2 staff reports? Okay, we'll come back to Member Ramirez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to say this is an exciting opportunity for the city, and I'm glad that these 2 items are before us. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go back to Member Ramirez.
No comment.
Okay, we're in questions. Do you have any questions?
No, no question.
Thank you. And the chair has none. At this point, we're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Phone number 909-301-2723. There you go. Okay, we'll move on to the, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to 909-301-2723. Okay, we'll go to the next one, Miguel Soto Jr.
Yes, thank you. So who's going to be in charge of the funds, and how will we determine where the funds are going to go in terms of helping the community in that city or in that park? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Gomez.
So this is Councilmember Blanca Gomez speaking now as a member of the public. I just wanted a couple of clarifications since I knew I would not be allowed to do so as a member of the City Council. So I noted that I wanted just clarity for the recusal of the city manager. I wasn't sure potentially why, although he did say he lives in close proximity. And that made me think, did the city manager consult with the city attorney to consult with a letter submitted to FPPC to see if he lives within 600 feet of that so that he didn't have to recuse himself if he didn't need to do that. And also clarity for the chunking of the time. I don't believe we provided the opportunity for the public, and I didn't realize that chunking these 2 items would cut some of the timing off. It wasn't explained formally. So I would ask that the chair, next time when she does this, probably give the opportunity for a sake of transparency so the community can chime in. And if that's something that they don't agree upon, I think then it would be upon us to continue that motion and go forth. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Try again with 909-301-2723. Okay, the next speaker I have is Lisa Hayes.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. I am one of the organizations that had a little difficulty navigating that raise hand feature. I am the executive director from Rolling Start. We are one of the
Ms. Hayes, thank you very much. And this has happened a number of times this evening. And so I'm going to have to respond to you the same way I have with other organizations. The public, it's okay. The public hearing on that item has already been closed, but the council is interested in hearing from you. We do have another public comment period at the end of the agenda, and we would certainly invite you back for that item. We would love to hear from you.
And I apologize, I thought we were there already. My bad.
We're good. Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. No worries. Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Ms. Martin.
Good evening again this evening, Madam Mayor and Council, Charlene and executive staff. I'm a little lost, Madam Mayor. Are we on talking about grant funding for the parks?
We're on items 8 and 9 being considered together. And those are the grants for the parks.
Okay. So listen, I just want to talk about my experience in the city of Victorville where I lived for 20 years. I lived in Sunset Ridge. So I was there when they built that park. Beautiful park. Did not have any reason nor desire to go to any of the parks. It was convenient. That was lovely. Except when they ended up coming out and digging out a lot of the trees and stuff with the drought. And I know that the city of Victorville has tons of parks, but I can only tell you, I've only been to 3. Evadale, Hook, and I don't know the right name. I call it either Pebble Beach or Doris Davies Park. But I know that I've heard enough over a protracted period of time, council and previous council meetings, as well as audience speakers, quite prolific there. So I'm totally supporting getting grant funding to help improve these parks. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Romero Rodriguez.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, this agenda is out since Thursday. And everybody plans on what's going to be certain hours that everything's going to be mentioned and brought up, from public comments to the first article, the second one, the third proposition, and to just in the middle of just changing it around. I don't understand what the premise is over doing that. You say
Mr. Rodriguez, we're on items 8 and 9.
I know. It's just
please focus your attention on that.
Because you changed this at the last moment. I don't understand why. This agenda's been out there since Thursday. Why do you move all the numbers?
Again, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to redirect you to items 8 and 9.
Yes, I know. I'm just making a comment of moving things around. It's kind of fishy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk.
Okay, one more time with 909-301-2723.
Hello, good evening, members of the council. Can you hear me finally?
Yes. Who do we have?
Oh, goodness. All right, I apologize for the major technical difficulties right here.
No problem, sir. Who do we have on the line?
So my name's Angel Esparza.
I thought it might be. Yes.
I'm a representative and a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. So good evening, everybody. So we're talking about funds for the parks, correct?
Grant funding, yes.
Yes. So, as a 21-year member and a resident of the Victor Valley, I'd just like to take one thing, ask the members of the council if they can take a couple things into consideration with regards to construction, development of parks, single-family residential, and other major projects, mixed use that entitle construction within our local area. So, what we fail to do is we overlook local hire. The Carpenters Union has allowed me and provided me the great training to be able to become skilled and trained. And what I'm getting at is many of our residents up here and members, they cruise up and down the hill for work daily. I've been doing it for 21 years. I can count on one finger how many times I've had a project up here that I've worked on. So the local skilled and trained is what we do with our membership. I'd ask the members of the council if they can take into consideration when approving these projects and funds and things of this magnitude, if they could, install a little bit of local hire. Let's create some careers for our fresh graduates, for our local community. I hear something about assistance for HUD and things like that. Let's be able to provide jobs and careers for people to buy their first time homes like I did here in Hesperia. Again, we have a trained workforce, a skilled and trained workforce. We do provide training for careers, for long-term jobs. Careers is what we do.
Or time. Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion to adopt the recommendations as set out on the agenda for items 8 and 9.
So moved by Councilwoman Gomez.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Member Gomez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Going to open up the discussion period as it relates directly to the motion pending. And we'll begin with Member Gomez. Oh, Member Gomez may not comment as she has spoke as a public member. So Member Becerra, any comments?
No comments.
Thank you. Member Ramirez.
No comment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No comments.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendations as set out on the agenda for items 8 and 9. We're going to move to item number 12, professional services provider agreement with Harris and Associates Incorporated for assistance with the preparation of a general plan and housing element annual progress report. Do we have Mr. Metzler back with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This item is really intended to satisfy a new reporting requirement. It's connected to the general plan process that we currently have going on now. It's a requirement that the new reporting requirement is something we didn't anticipate as a part of the original bid for services to complete the general plan. So with that, this item is being brought forward as a contract to amend, a contract to with Harris, same company that's doing the general plan update to allow for the additional reporting requirement to be satisfied.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve a professional services agreement with Harrison Associates for the preparation of an annual progress report in an amount not to exceed $16,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to open it up to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
How much state funding will be covering the general fund's fiscal budget?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the question. The state actually allocated grant funds up to $500,000 for the city to complete its general plan update. However, this reporting requirement would come out of the planning division's current budget year to pay for this unfunded state mandate. Previously, charter cities were not required to provide this update, this reporting, but now we feel that it's appropriate for the consultant team that's working on our general plan update to conduct this independent audit of our progress in housing and progress in implementation of our general plan.
Would you explain the association between the city manager's spending power and the $16,000 and how the city council can mitigate when future staff recommendations are made in the same fashion?
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. In relating to this item, normally an item like this with an expenditure proposed of $16,000 wouldn't come back to the council. It's something that's typically under my purchasing authority. However, we took a very conservative approach in interpreting the purchasing code, and because there are contracts that exist already with Harris and Associates, this $16,000 would in the aggregate effectively exceed that $50,000. So we took a very cautious, conservative approach, and I think for the sake of transparency, we decided to bring this forward to the council to just make sure we weren't operating in the gray area and that everything was on the up and up with respect to compliance with our purchasing code.
Okay, so it was my understanding that perhaps you supplied the purchasing power that you have under 50, and then because we had this would supersede this over the 50, so you brought this to attention. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that's a fair characterization.
Okay, thank you for clarification. The next question is, what surveys have been implemented citywide to meet the current general plan?
Member Gomez, I'm going to call for the orders of the day. This question narrowly focuses on adjunctive details in the staff's report, and it's causing a drift from the agenda. So I'm going to ask you to refocus your question with the understanding that this item is about a service agreement.
Well, unless you have a policy decision in my brain to tell me how I'm not on target, I don't see why you attack the way I question things, if this is pertinent to my understanding of the professional services provider agreement with Harris and Associates.
Mr. DePortnowski.
Yeah, the issue to be considered right now is whether or not you want to enter into a professional services agreement with respect to Harris and Associates for basically an annual progress report. It's not a full discussion of issues related to the general plan. If that was the case, it would invite a whole different discussion from numerous other members of the public that would have issues related to the general plan itself. This is purely to discuss whether or not you want to enter into a contract, professional services contract with Harris and Associates to prepare an annual progress report.
Right. And
thank
so
you. And so, Member Gomez, hold your thought for just a minute. So it sounds to me that you may be interested in information as it relates to the general plan, and certainly the chair invites you to request an agenda item on that matter of interest at the appropriate time.
Well, I appreciate you trying to stop me from asking questions. It's my understanding from my personal questions for these provider agreements that in order to see if we can come into something of this nature, what is the city doing to its general plan so that we can ensure.
Member Gomez, I'm going to ask you to pause for just a moment and suspend, because the chair does need to explain something here. So it's not appropriate to attack the motives of any council member, including the chair. The chair certainly wants every council member to be able to ask questions to help them understand the agenda item and or the motion being currently considered. It's a whole different issue when there's too much focus being placed on the adjunctive details in the agenda item, because it does cause a drift from the agenda item. It's a chair's responsibility to keep us on focus and on task. So if Councilmember Gomez is going to continue along these lines, the chair will withdraw recognition and move on. Please proceed, Ms. Gomez.
Yeah, is it your authority also to tell me how to speak and what to say?
Member Gomez, move on.
Are there any other costs shared with the entities or the agencies?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gomez, can you restate that?
Yeah, I think Member Jones would like to speak on my behalf if she would be able to tell you what I said. I don't know if she's going to say that I'm drifting off again or not.
Member Gomez, move on.
Well, I did, but you want to speak for me.
Member Gomez, I did not say a word. The chair invites you to move on.
Okay, so since she doesn't want to interpret, I'm going to ask the question again. Are there any of the costs shared with other entities or agencies?
For this contract, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
No question.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Both Mr. Webb and Mr. Metzler addressed my concerns, and I just would like to add that I appreciate the conservative approach as it relates to transparency for this particular contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair has no questions. And we'll open this item up for public comments. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. And the chair invites a motion.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez would like to make a motion that the City Council approve the professional services agreement with Harris and Associates Incorporated for the preparation of an annual progress report in the amount not to exceed $16,000.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
The second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to open up the discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
Would you please repeat?
Yes, we're opening up the discussion, beginning with you on the pending motion.
So you're asking me if I have any questions about the motion? I don't have any questions about the motion.
There's no questions about the motion. It's comments on the pending motion.
I don't have any comments on the pending motion.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra?
Done.
Thank you, Member Ramirez.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendations set out on the agenda. Our next item that we're going to take up is item number 13. This is the Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project, amendments to project funding agreement and term loan agreement. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with the project funding agreement for the Green Tree extension. And as it currently stands, we are pretty close to breaking ground on the construction. And before we do so, it's important that we reconcile all the project costs and make sure the construction funding is completely in place. And as a part of that reconciliation process, largely due to what we've known is the experience of seeing an increased cost, largely through the right-of-way acquisition process. We've come to the point where to button up the construction financing for this project, which will become effectively a large part of the permanent financing, is to amend this project funding agreement with SBCTA to increase the amount in the order of about $2.2 million Of course, the relationship we have with SBCTA is a 51%, 49% match. And so we'll have the responsibility of providing that match. This item, if approved tonight, is believed to be on the agenda tomorrow at the SBCTA. And if approved by them, then construction would be really the next step for us to proceed. Brian Gangler is your city engineer. He is the author of the item. He has the more technical background as to everything contained in the staff report and everything related to the Green Tree extension. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve Amendment Number 6 to the project funding agreement with San Bernardino County Transportation Authority and approve Amendment Number 1 to the term loan agreement with SBCTA.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to take technical questions for clarification as to the staff report. Questions can go to Mr. Gangler or Mr. Metzler. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, does this payment go out at the beginning of the project, middle, or at the end of the project?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'm going to turn that question over to Mr. Gangler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. There are two agreements. One of the agreement is a term loan agreement, and in that agreement, the city is responsible for what's called the development share. And so our initial commitment is 1/3 of that development share. So that means before we can draw down on the loan, we have to pay that 1/3, and which equals about $6.6 million. We have that available in cash now. So as the project progresses and we make payments, eventually we'll use up that $6.6 million, and then after that point in time, we can draw down on the loan for the remainder of that development share.
And these are federal funds, right, Mr. Gangler?
Yes, this is a federally funded project. There are roughly $20 million of federal funds on the construction phase.
So any contractor bidding on this contract, he's going to have to be DIF certified with the state. So it just can't be any fly-by-night contractor, correct? He's going to have to be registered with the state.
Yes, that among other federal requirements.
Because of it being a bridge, or he could have a subcontractor for the bridge.
Yes, they can.
Okay. That's it. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
How much yearly revenues does the city receive from road development impact fees?
It varies. It's really dependent upon the construction activity. Development impact fee is directly collected in connection with the polling of building permits, whether it's residential or construction. So it varies from year to year.
Do we have a number that we can project? I know we get reporting of permits, but I didn't know the reporting of that permit would affect the impact fees that we would collect. You don't have a figure?
Not one that I could project, but perhaps to be helpful to you, Mr. Gangler can characterize his recollection of perhaps the last year or 2 years of DIF collections based upon actual receipts.
Yes, thank you. And I'm only going off my memory, so this figure could be off without pulling out the budget. It seems like we may have budgeted something in the order of $1.5 million for revenue for this year. But as I recall, that projection is going to be exceeded, but that's just a very rough number. I don't have the figure in front of me.
Thank you. Is this project considered in phases? And if so, what phase will it be considered, and what's the approximate date of completion? Has it changed?
So what we're about ready to enter into is the construction phase of the project. There will be a future agenda item where we will request the award of a construction contract. And the time of the construction is estimated at just under 2 years. So from the time the project actually starts and it's completed and open to traffic, we're estimating it would be just a little bit under 2 years.
So when we come into the construction phase, when city council sees this item in front, we can start the timing clock from there to 2 years? Not now, right?
That's right. And we're estimating that it will take approximately 2 months after the award of a construction contract before the construction would actually start.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, before us are recommendations to approve amendments for the funding agreements, correct? And this is a federally funded project, is that correct? Yes, are there going to be any DBE goals attached to this contract, to this project? Yes?
Yes, there are DBE goals that were a requirement in the bid proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Chair has no questions. We're going to open up the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Angel Esperanza.
Welcome again, Mr. Esparza.
Good evening, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. Members of the council. So I'd like to say this project here, upon approval and fully funded, will put skilled and trained union carpenters to work to build our infrastructure over the Burlington Northern Railroad there. It's been a long time coming. I've listened to it, so I will say that a skilled and trained local workforce will build this project. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Madam Clerk.
No other speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. Chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez would like to make a motion to approve amendment number 6 to the project funding agreement with the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, SBCTA, and 2, approve amendment number 1 to the term loan agreement with SBCTA.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to now move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
No comments on this matter.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No questions or no comments?
No comments. Thank you. Member Ramirez? Did I hear no comment?
No comment.
Oh, very good. Thank you. It was a little soft there. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So thank you. So the council's just taken action in accordance with the recommendation of staff that's set out on the agenda. Moving on to item 14. And this is the purchase of the 3 2021 Ford Expedition Special Service vehicles for the Fire Prevention Division. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As we progress forward towards internalizing the Fire Prevention Bureau or the Fire Prevention Division, in addition to the personnel, we do require some support equipment. And in this particular case, we're talking about vehicles. And so we've actually spec'd out 3 vehicles. We've actually solicited for public bid. We actually had 2 respondents. And in this particular case, we're recommending South Bay Ford as the selected bidder. Once these vehicles are received, these vehicles, though, we're purchasing it for the intent of facilitating the Fire Prevention Bureau. These 3 vehicles will actually be rolled out to the existing battalion chiefs, and it's the existing battalion chiefs' vehicles that will actually roll into the Fire Prevention Bureau. We've had some learning experiences over the years, and one of the learning experiences that we've identified with respect to the existing battalion chief vehicles is that for them there are areas in the city where they are best served having 4x4 capability, especially in the off-road conditions. So these are off-road 4x4 vehicles. So as we purchase them, they'll go into the BCs, and then those BC vehicles will be freed up for the Fire Prevention Bureau. It's our goal to be in a position to be stood up by June 1st so that we have 30 days of potential transition between our staff and the fire contractor. So with this council's approval tonight, we'll move forward as quickly as possible, get this purchase in place so that we can have these vehicles available and operable in the month of June.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, please read the recommendation.
That the City Council award the purchase of 3 2021 Ford Expedition Special Service vehicles from South Bay Ford, Lincoln in the amount of $129,942.25.
Thank you. We're now going to open this up to technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, and we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, I asked you earlier, not earlier, but on it. These 3 vehicles, he's saying they're probably 100 to 110 days out because of the factory being backed up. We did take into account when they roll off the factory, how much they're going to cost us in the end run. So in 100 days, they're not going to come up with $10,000 more, right?
For the purchase price, you mean?
Yes, sir.
No, this is a fixed purchase price.
Okay, thank you. That's it. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez?
Yes. Will this item take the budget over with fire, or was it already taken into consideration?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, actually, this item was contingent upon the mid-year budget. So since we've adopted the mid-year budget earlier in this meeting, this item now does not require an additional appropriation.
And when will Jeff Armstrong begin his duty to serve the community as fire chief, since I didn't see that he was a part of the reporting?
Correct. Chief Armstrong's first day is currently expected to be March 29th.
And when was this start date? Oh, okay, got it. It was on the 24th that we found out he was hired, so you already responded. Are there multiple projects under different budgets that the fire chief may place under consideration for fire protection services? That's my understanding by reading the impact.
I'm sorry, can you restate the first part? Was it funds?
Well, I'm looking at the fiscal impact, and the way it reads at the very end, it's interpretive as stating that perhaps there's different budgets, different projects, and this one particularly fits into the one that's enunciated here.
Yeah, so under fiscal impact, what that's identifying is under the general fund, there's an account dealing with fire equipment. So in this particular item, this will be charged to a fire equipment account under the general fund.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
Yes, I would like to know, these 3 are not replacements? are they actually additional but not replacements, correct?
That is correct. They're going to supplement our existing vehicle fleet.
And because of their use in regard to fire, what is the time of duration? How long will they last? 10 years? 5 years?
I'm sorry, it was, you were breaking up, but I think you were basically asking what is the useful life on these vehicles? And
Yes.
that's something that I'm going to defer to our interim fire chief, John Becker. He might know the answer.
Thank you. Mr. Becker, can you tell me, regardless of the cost, how long can these vehicles withstand the fact of use in a fire?
It would not so much be the age of the vehicle, it would be the mileage and the maintenance required to maintain the vehicle that we would look at before we replaced it. Typically around 100,000 miles, these vehicles will become a maintenance issue and need to be replaced for first run service in order to maintain reliability and safety. So you could gain that in 5 years, maybe 7 years. It depends on each vehicle. We look at them individually.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ramirez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes, I see that these vehicles are coming from South Bay Ford, Lincoln. Is there a reason why we didn't entertain business with Sunland Ford here in Victorville?
Well, I would answer by saying we have entertained local vendor, not just Sunland Ford, but all local vendors, in that we do a public solicitation and we invite all dealers to bid regardless of location. And in this particular case, I'm fairly sure that Sunland Ford chose not to bid on this particular item.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Is that it, Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you very much. And the chair has no questions. And we're going to open this up to the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Yes, I have Miguel Soto Jr.
Mr. Soto, welcome.
Yes, thank you. For Mr. Metzler, why did we decide with 3 and not 2 or 4 vehicles?
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. Chair brings this item back to the council. I'm hearing someone?
It's just feedback somewhere.
Thank you very much. Chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez would like to move the motion as stated in the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Member Gomez moves staff recommendation. Is there a second? I could not hear.
Second.
Oh, okay. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We'll move into the discussion period on the pending motion. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
I have no comments on this one. Actually, you know what? I do. My comment for this one is I didn't want to vote no on this item for the needs of the equipment that was enlisted and for the explanation. However, I do need to tell you guys that in the beginning, when we were going to change from the county to the fire department, it was stated that we had a plan for a budget, and every time that budget would come, we were confined to staying within those means. However, through the audit, I realized that we're not doing that, and we don't have an open blank check without boundaries to be used. With that said, like I said, I'm not voting in opposition. I would just like us to be more considerate what we share with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra?
No questions.
Okay. Member Ramirez, do you have any comments on the motion?
No questions.
Do you have any comments on the motion?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Discussion is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council's just taken action to make the purchases as outlined in the recommendation on the agenda. All right, we're going to move on to item number 15, which is resolution number 21-015, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville authorizing the Confire Joint Powers Agreement. This is the third amended and restated. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'd say this item's a pretty monumental item in the evolution of our fire department and transitioning back from county fire service into city service. In fact, those of us that lived through the days of the transition will recall how concerned we were in being able to successfully stand up absent a dispatch arrangement. And we were successful during the transition period in negotiating a contract with Confire to be a contract agency for the dispatch services they provide. And we're at a point now where we've fulfilled our intent to ultimately become a member, and we've requested membership to that Joint Powers Authority. So this particular item is the JPA amendment that memorializes our relationship as a JPA member. It's something that's been considered by all the other existing members of the Confire JPA. And with this council's approval, it memorializes the terms going forward as to the costs and how we'll continue to work together as agencies. The author on this item is your interim fire chief, John Becker. He's got the better details of this item if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution number 21-015, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville authorizing the Confire Joint Powers Agreement, third amended and restated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, now we're going to take technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And again, questions can be to Chief Becker or Mr. Metzler. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Any technical questions for clarification? Member Gomez, are you with us?
Yes, I was stating it, the JPA Confire is a meeting where it's open to the public.
Madam Mayor, that is correct. It is a public meeting, and I should have shared with you as well that with the approval of this JPA, we'll actually have a board seat.
Thank you for bringing that to the attention of the council. The last question that I have is, will other agencies see this item as something that they also need to approve, such as the San Bernardino County Fire Protection District?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I believe all the other member agencies, which would include the county fire protection district, have approved that. But let me ask Chief Becker if he could address that, just to make sure that I'm accurate in what I'm saying.
Yes, that's an accurate statement, Mr. Metzler. Every other agency within the Confire JPA has already passed their amendments, and they're all prepared to go to the board with this resolution should council choose to adopt it. And once it goes to the Confire board, we will be a full voting member in Confire rather than a contracting agency. So we are the last one to get the resolution finished.
I just need clarification on the last portion, something about contracting agency versus us. Is that what was said?
We have been a contracting agency with Confire. We pay a fee for dispatch services, data services, and all the other services that they provide, but we have no voting rights with them. We can't control anything in the organization or really express more than an opinion. So this gives us full voting rights and membership within the JPA.
I understand. So I have another question in regards to this then. Since there's going to be an allotment for a board member to be able to be participatory and have 2 cents in what's going on, do we know how soon this would be created or this would be occurring?
I believe once that the board adopts our resolution and allows us in as a voting member, we would have to make that appointment at that time.
Okay, and will the city council be notified of this during a regular council meeting?
I would defer to Mr. Metzler, but I believe that board member must be a city council person.
That's correct. We would bring it back to the council as a formal action item.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Ramirez?
No question.
Thank you. Member Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. We're now going to open the public comment period. Madam Clerk?
There are no speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. And the chair invites a motion to take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Councilwoman Blanca Gomez would like to move that the Honorable Council approve resolution number 21-015, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Victorville authorizing Confire Joint Powers Agreement, Third Amendment, and restated.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. So we have a first by Member Gomez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Gomez.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Ramirez.
None.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Chair has no comments to make. Discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item 18, which is the council member attendance and residency requirements. But before I ask Councilmember Becerra to introduce this item, I think it would benefit us all to fully recognize the gravity of the issue before us. It has the potential to be divisive and emotionally charged. It's because of this that the chair respectfully asks each council member, and every audience member for that matter, to listen carefully to what each person has to offer, to view what is presented tonight through the lens of objectivity, and to take into account differing opinions. We don't have to agree, but we do need to be respectful and considerate. So with that, Member Becerra, I will hand this off to you for you to introduce the item briefly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for allowing me to present this item. Since being elected, even prior to being elected, I've been concerned that we are being represented by a council member who does not live in the city. I've done my own research, but I also asked the city attorney. So if I could turn it over to the city attorney just for at this time, for him to give me what he's come up with, and then if you could give it back to me.
Okay, so Member Becerra, by way of introduction, this is the item that you requested at our last meeting. The council approved it to be brought forward this evening. And as I understand, that what request was to bring a report to the council in terms of what residency requirements and requirements were on attendance. So before we move it on to our attorney, I'm going to ask the clerk to read the recommendation.
Any action is at the discretion of the city council.
Thank you. All right, and here's where we take up technical questions for clarification. And since we do have the report for us, I think it's appropriate before we get into that, for Mr. DeBortnowski to kind of go over a bit of the information in the staff report so that we have a basic understanding before moving forward. And then we'll get into questions as it relates to that report.
Yes, ma'am, but I request if you could come back to me when he's done.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Becerra. Yes, the City Council at the last meeting asked me to prepare information with respect to the issues, possible action items in connection with possible removal of a council person based on two different issues: residency requirements for holding office in the city and the possibility of extended absences affecting that person's ability to hold office. You have in the agenda item a report from me that details the information related to that. I would point you to basically, with respect to the residency requirement, the relevant section that we focus on is Government Code Section 36502A, and that provides in a relevant part that if during the term of his or her office, he or she moves his or her place of residence outside the city limits or ceases to be an elector of the city, his or her office shall immediately become vacant. So that's kind of the test with respect to the issue of residency. I've also included some facts in the city attorney staff report indicating that there seems to be some evidence that, in fact, yes, her residency has moved out of the city of Victorville. With respect to absences of meeting, that's a little bit more complicated. Again, we have a government code section that addresses that item, and that is Government Code Section 36513. In relevant section that provides that if a city council person is absent without permission from all regular city council meetings for 60 days consecutively from the last regular meeting he or she attended, his or her office becomes vacant and shall be filled as any other vacancy. The sort of complicated issue on that is whether or not there is absence without permission. And so that becomes an issue of fact. In connection with how to proceed, if a private person wants to challenge the ability of a city council person to hold office, they have the option of going through what's called a quo warranto process. That's a process where they basically petition the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office will then look at the facts and circumstances and will determine whether or not a private party has the ability to proceed to actually initiate suit in Superior Court to challenge a person's either residency or extended absences. With respect to city councils, they don't necessarily have to follow that same quo warranto proceeding. They actually can go right to a trial if they determine that appropriate. As an alternative, several cities have actually done something different, which is to make a finding and determination based on those statutory proceedings that the position is in fact vacated, and proceed essentially then allowing the person that may be or that would have vacated the position to then seek quo warranto action. So it kind of flips the scenario. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. I think all of the questions that were asked by Councilmember Becerra are addressed in my memorandum.
All right, so we're going to open this up to technical questions for clarification based only on this staff report. And we'll begin with Member Becerra. If you have questions for our attorney.
No, as I've done my own research, Councilmember Ramirez was elected in.
Okay, Member Gomez, I'm Member Becerra.
Again,
I'm so
here we go.
sorry. Member Becerra. So we're going to get into the point where we can get into discussion and debate. That'll come after the motion. At this point, if you have any questions for the attorney and needing to understand his analysis of this item, that's what we're doing right now. Do you have any questions for Mr. DeBortnowski?
No.
Okay, thank you. Member Gomez, do you have any questions for Mr. DeBornowski?
I have questions in regards to this agenda item. My first question is how, he said something about the city conducting some kind of trial. Would you expand on that?
Certainly, in order to essentially challenge a person's right to hold office, you have the ability to go into a superior court to initiate a trial, and a private person has the ability to do that. But as a prerequisite to doing that, any private party must first approach the Attorney General's office through what is called the quo warranto proceeding. It's a little bit of a complicated, and I'm going to say somewhat archaic proceeding, whereby they basically ask the Attorney General to review facts and circumstances and then determine whether or not that private party would have the ability to sue. The city council and the cities are not necessarily required to go through that same proceeding. They could actually go directly to trial in accordance with the Code of Civil Procedure that is set forth, I think also in my memorandum.
Okay, and my second question was pertinent to that. There's something you said about a second scenario that was stated, and that's the clarification that I needed. What did you mean when you said the city doesn't have to go through trial, it does something else?
Right, the city can make a determination based on both government code sections, the one with respect to residency and the one with respect to extended absences that are set forth in the agenda. The city can go directly to make a determination that in accordance with and as a matter of law, based on those statutes, that the position is vacant if in fact the facts support a finding that there is no residency or that there has been extended absences.
Okay, my next question is, who was the author of these documents of tonight's agenda?
I was the author of the staff report that's on the agenda.
Okay, and who assisted in the production of these documents?
Again, I am the individual that put together the staff report, and I have information based on city records contained in the staff report as to residency concerns and as to the length of the absences. Those are the only documents that I put together.
Okay, and how was this information compiled, and was the city administration involved in any of the assistance?
With respect to the extent of absences, I checked with the city clerk's office as to the extent of absences. With respect to the residency requirements, again, I have been aware of the agenda postings where the address of council member Ramirez has been posted as a 29 Palms address. So I did a little bit of investigation myself and confirmed that with city staff, that in fact, that seems to be the residence that she has been attending the latest meetings from, at meetings for almost the last year.
And have any council members spoken to City Council Member Rita before and after the election?
I have no information about that.
Okay, and why did the author of these documents include property information? Mind you, there's several properties and this is the only one that was placed.
That is information I received from city staff with respect to the residency at the 29 Palms location. That was also the residency that has been posted on prior agendas.
I have no further questions.
Mayor Jones, if you would let me finish presenting the item.
Yes, Member Becerra, I actually have just been thinking about it because it's going to be difficult for, I'm sorry?
I could have answered some of the questions she asked.
Yes, so yes, of course. And I think this is one of these unusual items where it's going to be difficult to make a motion without having more information before us. And I know Member Becerra, you have some information, and since you're the submitter of this item, you're certainly going to be given an opportunity. I am going to ask other members if they would like to ask questions as it relates directly to Mr. DeBornowski's report, and then you'll be given an opportunity to present what you have before the chair invites a motion. Mr. DeBornowski, would that be fair under these circumstances?
Certainly, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Member Ramirez, do you have any questions for Mr. DeBornowski as to his staff report?
I have answered all the questions pertinent to my election as to the question of my absence and the question of my legal residence, which can be checked with the Register of Voters.
Okay, Member Ramirez, this is the time to ask questions of Mr. DeBortnowski. That we will have comments in a few minutes, but do you have any questions about his analysis in the staff report?
One thing I question is the fact that Liz Becerra is the only person listed in the.
Member Ramirez, I can barely hear you. Could you speak up?
I said the only question I have is that only Liz Becerra is listed on the questionnaires or information pertaining to the absence and to the ownership of my home.
Okay, I don't believe that information is in Mr. DeBortnowski's staff report. Do you have any questions as it relates to his staff report?
I have no comment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I have a few questions that the city attorney can clarify for me. I noticed that here for the residency requirements for holding public office and removal, the words residency or domicile are listed. They're not one and the same. Are those words different from one another legally? The definition, is it different?
That is a great question. And the courts and the attorney generals have been all over the issue of what is domicile and what is residency. What they define residency as is basically the place you want to go back to where you reside. Domicile is also a concept of intent of where you want to reside, combined with the acts of the individual. So it's a union between what they call intent and acts of an individual to determine where a person's domicile is. So they are similar concepts. They are slightly different, and the courts and the attorney generals have interpreted them in numerous and different ways. And there are, numerous tests with respect to how you establish residency and domicile. And I've listed a few of those in my staff report. There are numerous other tests that they look at, such things as auto registration. So it goes to a couple of issues. It goes to where you are residing, where you call home, where you quote, want to, they don't use the word relax, but they basically say where you end up at the end of the day versus issues of what your intent is and what your acts are. And
Okay.
so those are issues for a trial court to determine.
When you clarify those, with regard to residency, residency is defined as what legally? Just so I'm clear.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what the different issues are and what they go to. Factors for determining domicile, for example. Domicile includes intent, acts and declarations by an official's mailing address, voter registration address, vehicle registration address, tax returns, buying a house in another jurisdiction, declarations, photographs, maps, voting records. So there are a whole number of different factors that a court will determine whether or not they can establish domicile and or residency.
Okay, and residency is defined as what exactly? Because it seems to me that one could potentially have more than one residence.
No, in accordance with government code, and it's referenced in my staff report, I think it's section 244. With respect to residency, a person can only have one place of residency.
They can only have one. Well, would it be that the person would have one place of residency and that is his domicile? Is that how that works? The reason I'm asking is because there, in your report, there is a distinction made between domicile and residency. And the issue is not so much with residency, but in terms of declaring one's domicile. And then you just gave the test of all the kinds of documents or proofs or that would lead one to establish one's domicile. Is that
Right.
what? Okay.
With respect to section 244 of the government code, it defines residence as the place where one remains when not called elsewhere for a special or temporary purpose. There is only one residence. A residence may not be lost until a new one is gained, and a residence can be changed only by the union of act and intent.
Okay, and that's in connection with one's domicile, is that right?
That's with residency. That is the test for residency.
Well, here's where I'm going. I think about President Trump. He has two residency, what is it, Mar-a-Lago in Florida, and the other one is Trump Tower, right? And he had stayed at the White House for a time being. That was a temporary residency or residence. He also stayed at Trump Tower, but his domicile is in, I know that I read an article where he moved from Trump Towers to Florida. He changed his domicile as well. You follow, because I think he was filing taxes or something. So I'm trying to distinguish those two things to help guide me through this process.
Typically, a person has a residence, and that is typically to determine their residence. You do also look at what their domicile is, what their intent, what their actions have been. And again, the courts use this sort of unique analysis of the union between your act and your intent. And these are the different types of factors they go through in looking at whether or not you establish domicile and or residency. Residency is pretty clear, i.e. you can only have one residence. There are some decisions that say perhaps you can have two domiciles, but most of the courts come back and say they are basically the same thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And Mr. DeBortnowski, is one of the tests of residency where you're claiming a property tax exemption?
That would certainly be a factor to figure out whether or not that was your residence, yes.
Okay.
And again, statute with respect to residency is Government Codes 36502A, which again provides that during the office, if during his or her term of office, he or she moves his or her place of residence outside the city limits or ceases to be an elector of the city, his or her office shall immediately become vacant. And so those different factors are the factors you look at to determine if that has in fact occurred.
All right. And I do have additional questions, but they're not related to your, actually one of them is. So did you and Mr. Metzler in any way prompt Councilmember Becerra to request tonight's agenda item?
No.
Thank you. All right, and then does any individual council member have the authority to waive statutory requirements on residency?
No.
Was that a no?
As a no, yes, no.
Okay, does this council have the authority to waive statutory requirements on residency?
No, those are all statutory requirements.
Thank you. All right, and again, because this item's a little unusual, Member Becerra, and this is your item, would you like to present the information that you have that's supplementary to Mr. DeBortnowski's report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Ramirez was elected to the City Council in November of 2018, showing her residence as 16893 Glen Eyre Avenue in Victorville. The Glen Eyre Avenue address is registered to an owner by the name of Juan Romero. Public records show that Mr. Ramirez has owned this home since 2013. The Glen Eyre address is the same address used by Ms. Denise Wells, Councilmember Ramirez appointed planning commissioner. Public documents used in connection with her appointment back in December of 2020 show that Mrs. Wells used the same Glen Eyre address as her residence. Councilmember Ramirez, using her married name, Rita Dean, is a registered owner of a resident located, and I have the address, but I prefer not to say it in public, 2 Mile Road in 29 Palms. Councilmember Ramirez acquired this home in January 1974. At this location, Councilmember Ramirez claims a homeowner's exemption, which is provided only to owners that use their property as their principal residence that you tell the state tax. In December 2019, Councilmember Ramirez was hospitalized and returned to her home again in 29 Palms sometime between March and April. Shortly before June, Councilmember Ramirez was interviewed by the Centennial News publication was quoted as saying, "I was able to finally come home in April." She was brought to her family home in 29 Palms, where I have been recovering ever since. Since April 21st of 2020, Councilmember Ramirez has continued to live at 29 Palms home, has participated in the council meetings from that location. Verification of this can be supported by public records showing her 29 Palms address is noted in the April 21st council agenda as a location open to the public so she could participate remotely. Public records show Councilmember Ramirez's printed agenda is delivered by FedEx since May of 2020 to her 29 Palms home. Public records show city staff has traveled to her 29 Palms home since April of 2020 to facilitate her participation in our city council meetings here in the city of Victorville. On February 3rd, Denise Wells submitted her letter of resignation from the Planning Commission, moving from the Glen Air address. That happened on February 28th. Madam Mayor, we can only say that Councilwoman Ramirez has not lived in the city of Victorville longer than a year. We owe our public, we owe the voters the right to have Victorville representation.
Okay, thank you, Member Becerra. We'll get into those kind of comments once we have a motion. I appreciate your presentation. At this point, we're going to move on to the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Miguel Soto Jr.
Mr. Soto.
Hi, yes, thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Becerra for that presentation. I think as council members, it's our responsibility to be as open and transparent with our people who elected us. And I applaud Becerra for holding Rita Ramirez accountable for not just lying to the public, but for really stalling progress within our city. Hope you take what I say into consideration, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk.
Paul Marsh.
Mr. Marsh, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Jones and council members. Rules are established to govern not only the public, but also elected officials. Now, many questions, as been discussed and presented before you, there's been many discussions surrounding residents of certain council members. And now we have a member that hasn't attended one council meeting, any meetings since at least the beginning of the year. So what we're seeing now is even longer. So, we understand that there's been adjustments and, there's been altered guidelines due to COVID. But I don't believe that continued absences is part of those allowances. This impedes city business and it can result in actions taken by vote that would be damaging to the city and its residents. So in my view, there's only three choices. Either we accept a resignation, vote on removal, or you do nothing. And what that does is sets a precedence that allows current and future council members the same privilege of extended absences and unclear proof of residence in our city. So, to me, this no longer can be ignored and excuses can no longer continue. What we have right now is an incomplete governing body. So, and just, to sum everything up, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I appreciate you allowing me, this time to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Madam Clerk.
Romero Rodriguez.
Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, good evening. A lot of the things that are said are just hearsay. I was raised in Mexico, and when I'm over there, I feel like I'm at home, even though I live over here. And I own some properties over here. Well, how my house is up to me. What I call home is up to me, not for you to decide what I call home. I can feel at home in my car. The thing is, this should have been discussed amongst each other. But what I've seen with this council, what they've done to go after witch hunts, what they did with Ms. Blanca Gomez, a lot of the stuff and a lot of the hearsay and a lot of the accusations to say is just trash. I understand Ms. Ramirez was ill. She was taking care of herself. Maybe she needed to take care of herself over there. She didn't have the luxury of taking care of herself here. She's an older lady, very respectful. I think it's a lot of lack of respect to treat her to this accord with so much years she has, so much she has given to us, to the people, representative, whether she lives part-time here or whatever, but she has her address here. She signed up with her address here when she signed up, and you got the time to say yes or no. You accepted it. And just because she maybe hasn't gone to score with your conditions of what you want her to do, now you want her out. I think this should be taken care of privately. Maybe lawyers should get involved. And Rita, don't go so easily. And as to resigning,
address your comments to the council.
and as to resigning or nothing, no. Do what you have to do. Fight the good fight. You're a strong woman and you're a great leader. And I'll tell you one thing, Rita, you're more than all five of them together.
Mr. Rodriguez, address your comments to the council, please.
His time is up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk.
Maggie Martin.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
One moment, let me cut over to my notes. One moment, please, Madam Mayor and Council. Okay, regarding Ms. Ramirez, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. To a previous audience speaker, you need to know the definition of the legal term hearsay.
Ms. Martin,
Although
please, the other members are not within the purview of the council. Please move on.
I can't, oh, okay. Okay, although I take no personal delight in this dilemma, it's been known, don't close it. It's been known for a long time that she is not now or previously been a legitimate Victorville resident. Furthermore, it was revealed to me that the council around Thanksgiving 2019 had been asked, I'm sorry, I missed it. There was some type of meeting of the council that wasn't a council meeting, but at City Hall. Around Thanksgiving 2019 had been asked where she was going for Thanksgiving. Her response was, quote, "I'm going home," end quote, referring to 29 Palms. I fully exhort the council members to move assertively forward with this agenda item and vote for her removal. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Brandon Dixon.
Welcome, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, City Council and neighbors. Councilwoman Becerra, I want to thank you for the germane and I believe concise presentation. I think the information is definitely relevant and needs to be considered to make sure the best interest of the local residents is taken as a primary interest. Thank you all. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Madam Clerk.
Deanne Hudgens.
Welcome, Ms. Hudgens.
Am I unmuted? Hello?
We can hear you, although I hear a little.
We can hear you, although I hear a little
feedback.
Can you hear me now?
Feedback.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you, Council Member Becerra, for requesting this agenda item and providing the information that you did for the agenda item. I repeat part of my comment from the last council meeting. As a resident of Victorville, I am concerned that Councilmember Rita Ramirez has shown negligence in performing her duty and responsibility as an elected council member. She has not attended any meetings either in person or electronically since December 15th, 2020. I counted 7 meetings. I have not heard any comments during roll call regarding reasons or explanations for her non-attendance or any reasons that she should have been excused or would have been excused from non-attendance. Has she been available to her constituents during this time of non-appearance? Although she hasn't attended meetings, she is still receiving her monthly stipend and health insurance from the taxpayers of the city. We, the residents of Victorville, are entitled to full-time council members to conduct the business of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins.
Okay, can we make sure that everyone online has their mics muted until they're prepared to speak, Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is by phone number 909-843-8626.
Lady Justices, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Ruth Cordova. I come before this council blindfolded and in consideration council's testimony, review of documents, evidence, and government code section 36513 and 36502 subsection 8. It is clear that council has met the burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence that the elector, Councilmember Rita Ramirez, has acted in clear violation of the law, oath to office, and to the United States Constitution, and has failed to represent the people of the city of Victorville. We, the people, shall recognize that it is the legislature that designs, creates, and implements the laws of this land. Moreover, it is the legal and fiduciary duty of all council members to act in full compliance of the law at all times, while government officials are held to a higher standard of the law. Council members shall never refrain from their legal duties when enforcing such laws created by the legislature, and shall remain diligent at all times. And when challenged by way of coercion, intimidation, duress, criticism, and ridicule set forth by the public or any organization, council members shall set in motion all authority and privileges sworn to them and act accordingly. Council members shall act with integrity and always preserve the intent set forth by our founding fathers of the United States Constitution. Elector Rita Ramirez has imposed significant liability to the people of the city of Victorville in the furtherance of compelling city employees and comrade council members to pose as actors, as accomplices by harboring an elector for 10 full months, nearly 1 full year. Elector Rita Ramirez has acted knowingly, willingly, deliberately, and intentionally in clear violation of her oath to office, the United States Constitution, and the laws of this land. Therefore, a court warranto proceeding or set trial in representing the people of the city of Victorville is fully justified and is imminent. Thank you very much. This is Ruth Cordova.
Thank you, Ms. Cordova. Madam Clerk?
Denise Wells.
Welcome, Ms. Wells. And Ms. Wells, everyone, is a now former planning commissioner in our city.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Listening to your argument here, I totally disagree with any actions to remove Rita Ramirez from her city council seat. She has been nothing but an asset to the city of Victorville, which I know personally, and would continue to be so on her seat. I suggest that you, before you take any legal action against her, review in your actions and what you have said against her before you try to enforce any actions that remove her from her seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Madam Clerk.
Angel Esparza.
Mr. Esparza, welcome.
Good evening, members of the council. You know, I'm listening to this here item, and I'd just like to address, the Victorville City Council has an obligation to remove Ms. Ramirez from this council. And the reason why that is that it's not fair to the constituents. I was around during campaign season, and there were many candidates local candidates that would fit that role, who put out money, fundraised, put boots on the ground for the elected officials and to be reelected, and for those who were campaigning for a spot on that council. Therefore, some accountability and some reimbursements should also be implemented in regards to the claims, the claims that were presented here tonight. to the constituents of yours. So I think I'm just lost for words right now. Honesty, transparency should be considered first and foremost, but some accountability. People have been saddened, walked away from the elections here in the recent past. They deserve a fair shake. They deserve to be reimbursed, as well as their donations be reimbursed as well if found to be removed. So I vote, or I would say, let's just get somebody out of there and let's get to business. Put somebody back in there. Let's get hot and get local workers to work. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers.
All right, thank you. The public comment period is now closed and the chair brings this item back to the council. At this time, the chair invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'm, over the last several weeks, I've done my own research. Stated above, I believe Councilmember Ramirez has vacated her position as a council member. And after hearing from the city attorney, his analysis and what I put before you, I motion and I hereby find that determined based on the evidence on record, the Councilmember Ramirez council seat is hereby declared vacated for the lack of residency pursuant to Government Code 36502, 243, and 244.
Councilwoman Gomez makes a substitute motion to table indefinitely.
Okay, is there a second on the substitute? Hearing no second on the substitute, the motion dies. We're back at the main motion. Is there a second? Before we move on, I want to make sure that I understand. Member Becerra, is it your motion that the council find and determine that the requisite determinations that Member Ramirez's residency is not in Victorville and the seat is vacated?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a second? Chair seconds. We're now going to get into discussion on the pending motion, beginning first with the maker of the motion, and that's Ms. Becerra. Member Becerra.
Again, I tell you that her address has been in 29 Palms for the last year, folks. We owe it to our residents as a council to represent them as 5 here in this city, not in 29 Palms. That's all I got.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Ramirez.
Yes.
Do you have comments on the pending motion?
Number one, it's well misinformed. Number two,
Member Ramirez, I apologize. I'm having difficulty hearing you. Is there any way you can get closer to the mic?
yes, of course.
Thank you.
I have been in Victorville since 2015. My address was Gomera until the 1st of this month, when Denise Wells notified me that she was moving to Palmdale. She is my former campaign manager, and we shared a friendship. I have a domicile in Victorville. I also am an owner of the family home, which was built in 1970. And going home to Thanksgiving, that is where my sons said we celebrate Thanksgiving. As for quote unquote, just the fact, since January of 2020, my left has been amputated and my right foot was saved as of December 23rd. I notified the city manager, the city clerk, and the mayor by text that I was in the hospital trying to save my foot. My doctor said I would not be amputated. Otherwise, I'd be a double amputee. I was sent by the hospital because of the fact that 15 people tested positive and one died. They asked my son to bring me to the family home in 29. I did not go back to Victorville because I didn't want in any way or form to bring the disease to my best friend, Denise Wells. I am totally isolated in my family home to protect all those that I love and to protect myself. I have not missed a meeting since the day you went on Zoom. And the only reason I missed it in January was I was requested by my doctor to go to Fontana on the 23rd of December. I celebrated Christmas in the hospital, New Year's Day and New Year's Eve. I had 2 surgeries that saved my foot from amputation. And I was put on a wound vacuum for 10 days. Therefore, when I notified the city manager, the city clerk, and the mayor about my absence, I told them there is no reception in the hospital for a Zoom meeting, and no one could come in because only patients were allowed. Now, I have done everything proper. I have an address that you can check with the Register of Voters that has my domicile in Victorville. I am renting because I've wanted to buy a house. But because of the pandemic, it is very difficult. On the other hand, my home, which is my family home, was built when I got married. And I am here to save myself and not to bring it to anyone. This home belongs to my sons. And I have not lived in this home since 2015. When I won the primary in 2016, I also ran in 2018. And I was asked to run for the city. I said that I would because I thought, excuse me, because I said.
Madam Clerk, did you say time is up?
Was
Yes. Okay, Member Ramirez, your time is up and you will suspend. All right, Member Gomez. Comments on the motion?
Yes. The audience has been stacked against 1 council member.
Ms. Gomez, Madam Clerk, will you stop the clock? Ms. Gomez, Member Gomez, I am so sorry. I'm hearing feedback and I just need to check if microphones are off. One moment, Member Gomez, I do apologize. Okay, I think we're all right. Madam Clerk, please start the clock again. Member Gomez, please go ahead.
Yes, the audience has been stacked against 1 council member. We have intent and action. How can the city council member or the city council determine intent? That's a legal term. I did ask if any one of you spoke with Rita. What laws, provisions, or authority govern a local body of government to detect or to interpret the mindset and the intent of another through interpretive means using a city attorney? How does a public record establish intent? Let's address the elephant in the room. This time it's not Francine's birthday. This council is making room to appoint Ryan McCachran, who can by no chance of his own be elected. If staff participates to a 29 Palms address, what presumes that there are no gaps where there's hospitalization or there's been a monopoly of information to redirect the misinformation and gaps for personal interests? Unfortunately, there's a lot of ignorance and a lot of misfacts and a lot of facts that haven't been brought up to balance the misinformation that has been presented to this council. It is the judges who are triers of fact, not the legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Well, yes, this is a very awkward position that as an elected council person for the city of Victorville that I find myself in. I'm sure my colleagues feel the same. I want to be fair to my colleague, Councilwoman Ramirez, but I also want to make sure that I do the right thing by the citizens of Victorville. And so I guess clearly the question is, if I just look at the evidence, it sounds as if my colleague has been away from the city of Victorville, even if I consider she had 2 different places of residence. She's been gone from Victorville for more than 51% of the time. More importantly, I zeroed in on the concept of domicile. The question is, you can have more than one residence, but you can't have more than one domicile. And whatever your primary domicile is what your primary residency is. And there is a test. The test is, can you demonstrate by like clear and convincingly that you have documentation that tethers you or puts you in a domicile in Victorville? For example, you mentioned voter registration. Do you have documents, a deed for a home here? You have a rental agreement with utility bills and court documents. I don't know that, but based on what I see before me, I don't see those kinds of documents. And so, and even if so, you mentioned in your correspondence to the council that you left your place of residency here in Victorville because it was not ADA compliant. And at that time, you went to your home, from my understanding, you went to a place of rehabilitation. The councilwoman went to a place of rehabilitation, and then she went to her place of residency, her domicile, which by virtue of what she says is her family home. And I would say that probably lots of government documents, you received mail there. You paid taxes from that place. Did you file your taxes from that place? All of your family heirlooms and pictures and things that are of value. So when you decided to leave because the place where you were living wasn't ADA compliant, you went back to your primary domicile. That's what it sounds like to me based on your own comments. And so I'm guided by that, and I'm looking desperately to be wrong. And I want to entertain that. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But I have a duty to be fair to the citizens of Victorville, but I also want to be fair to you. So my question is, do you have any of those documents, utility bills, tax returns, a rental agreement, something that legally places you in a domicile in Victorville? And that is my question.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, this is the time for comments on the panel.
Those are my comments.
But I do
That's my
understand.
position, and it's a question, and I don't hear response, but I will stop there. That's my train of thinking, and those are my.
I certainly don't want to stop you because you still have time, and what you're saying is very important to all of us. I just, if you don't mind, Mr. Dubortnowski, my view of this is, and I certainly can be wrong, is that this was the time for everyone to present their documentation. Did we receive anything from Member Ramirez as to, legal documents, utility bills, and anything like that that could help the council make this decision tonight? I mean, this was the
Not that
opportunity.
I'm aware of, and to the contrary, I noticed, I think there's even, for example, something like a homeowner's exemption. I think that was in documentation provided as part of the record, that homeowner's exemption was taken with respect to the 29 Palms House. So I have seen nothing to evidence a lease or any documentation that indicate either domicile or residence. And to answer Councilmember Irving's prior question, I mean, the courts are all over the place. You're right, you could potentially have two places of residence, but the domicile is your act and your intent, and I haven't seen any documentation indicate act or intent to be a permanent resident in the city of Victorville, based on the stuff that I've seen and based on the stuff I believe that Councilmember Becerra has submitted.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, I believe you have additional time. I'm sorry that I interrupted. I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear because your question's great.
Right. Well, where I'm coming from, and I'm looking for evidence, a preponderance of the evidence, if you will, that's clear and convincing that that my colleague has a domicile here in the city of Victorville. Thus, the domicile is the primary residence. And if there was an intent to move from 29 to Victorville, those documents would serve as evidence of that intent. And that's what I'm looking for, I'm asking for, because I want to be fair and I want to do what's right. But I also want to, I want to uphold, it's really, this is about the pillar of democracy, taxation and representation. I want to do the right thing as it relates to representation for the community and the citizens of Victorville as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I apologize for interrupting, but your question was good, and I wanted to make sure that Mr. DePortnowski had an opportunity to address it. All right, so this has certainly been a difficult matter and one that I believe challenges our commitment to uphold the tenets of public service and the high trust placed in us by the people. I believe we are all dedicated to serving the Victorville community, but dedication in and of itself is not a criterion to establish residency. I've listened.
She does have that documentation that was asked. You just
Member
never
Gomez
asked.
is out of order and will suspend.
Does it matter? I was speaking. And it's on
Madam
the
Clerk,
record.
will you please mute the member? Thank you. So the chair will explain why Member Gomez is out of order. She has not gained recognition of the chair. It is the chair's opportunity to comment. She has already commented, and we're not at that place any longer where she can speak as to the pending motion. So if I may continue, I hope that wasn't counted against my time. I have listened carefully to every comment, every question, and have taken into account differing views. I've examined the information and evidence before us under the bright light of the law. Member Becerra has produced legal documents, and Member Ramirez has produced a letter. On the issue of residency, I find the various documents provided by Councilmember Gomez Becerra, especially the homeowner's exemption, which is one of the tests of residency, and the other statements contained in the staff report to be persuasive. Not so with the personal letter submitted by Dr. Ramirez. That correspondence, in my view, is problematic on many levels and characterizes or assumes as fact that which is not. Regardless of the outcome of this motion, one thing is for sure. Dr. Ramirez's fortitude during life's challenges is to be admired. I wish her well, whether her community service is here in Victorville or elsewhere. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
She has a rental agreement and ROVs.
Come
You
on.
just need to go get it.
Member Gomez, this is the time for the vote.
I know. I already told you.
Member Gomez. Okay, moving on.
She has a rental agreement and
Member
registration.
Gomez, Madam Clerk, kindly mute the member. She is not, she's speaking out of turn, hasn't been recognized by the chair to do anything other than to offer her vote. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ramirez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones, Mayor Jones,
Aye.
would you like me to unmute Councilmember Gomez for a vote?
We will give her one more opportunity to vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
What did you say?
How do you
Member
vote?
Gomez, do you wish to cast your vote?
You're asking me how I vote? Oh, I vote no.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Madam Clerk.
The motion passes with Councilmember Gomez and Councilmember Ramirez voting no.
All right, so with that said, the council has taken action to vacate Rita Ramirez's seat, having found and determined that the findings pursuant to government codes sections 244, 243, and I'm looking for the other one. Mr. Dvornowski, can you help me with that?
Yes, the relevant section, sorry, am I doing it?
I've already stated
Relevant
244,
section is
244, and
Government
Member
Code
Becerra stated one.
36502A.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, with that said, Madam Clerk, will you kindly remove co-host status from Dr. Ramirez and mute her microphone and stop the video feed. With that, this council is going to take a 10-minute break and we will return at, it is 9:52 and we have additional business. So at this point, council members, we cannot take on additional business after the 10 o'clock hour. So this would be an appropriate time if you would like to make a motion to take up the remaining items, which are item 10. Excuse me one moment.
10, 11, and 17, and 3.
Yes, 10, 11, and 17, and 3.
So moved.
I second.
Thank you.
Mayor Jones, can we take a break though first? Before
Yes, I'm going to. I just needed to get this motion underway. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote on that, please?
Aye.
Yes. Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, council. We're going to return at 10:05 to complete our business. All right, it's 10:05 and it looks like we have our council team here. Let me double check. Member Gomez, are you with us? Yeah, okay, I see your thumbs up. Thank you very much. Are you ready, Member Gomez? We're going to go ahead and start. Okay, terrific. All right. All right, so we're now moving on to item number 10. This is the First Amendment to the Standard Lease Agreement for Building 756 by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Aeropro LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is amending a previously approved agreement with Aeropro LLC. Aeropro is an aircraft painting company, and this particular hangar is a 40-plus-year-old hangar facility that was previously occupied by another aircraft painting company. The facility about 6 months ago had been recently made available, and Aeropro had agreed to take this facility on, intending to lease it, rehabilitate it to its standards, and then ultimately take on new work for the airline industry. Of course, COVID hasn't been kind to the airline industry, and that affects prospective tenants like Aeropro. With that, we've had to recognize the impacts of COVID, and this item is brought before you, actually amending and restructuring the lease payment structure. It's also extending the availability of tenant improvements and also the performance requirements to perform certain tenant improvements in the hangar. The author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for further technical questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
Sorry about that. First Amendment to the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approved entering into the First Amendment to the Standard Lease Agreement for Building 756 by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Aeropro, adopt resolution SCLAA 21-004, amending the 2021 budget, decreasing revenue in Fund 450 by $166,446 and decreasing expenditures in Fund 450 by $50,000, and authorize the airport director to execute said amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to open this up for technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, if I could ask Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray, how long is the lease signed for? I'm pretty sure it's in the backup agreement. I don't have that in front of me.
Yes, good question. 5-year lease.
Okay.
And what we're essentially doing in that 5-year lease is moving, and we're advancing the period of time by which the tenant can improve, can perform the tenant improvements, and it gives us some time to amortize out some of the payback on the rent credits. So we're essentially moving back the period of time by which that work has to be completed.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, sir. I was just wondering that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez, technical questions?
Yes, my question is, what other future appropriations of dollars does the city foresee relating to this item that may impact or not tonight's decision?
None. I can't foresee anything else having an impact on this decision.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Councilwoman Becerra, she already addressed my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
he answered it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair has no questions. So now we're going to open the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers.
Thank you. At this time, the chair invites a motion.
So moved?
Staff's recommendation, Member Becerra.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're now going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No more technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez, do you have any comments on the motion? Member Gomez, are you with us?
Yes, no comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. Moving on to item number 11. This is the standard lease agreement for building 685C by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Auto Aviation Group LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this is a standard lease agreement involving Auto Aviation, which is a manufacturer of an aircraft that's in the test phase. They're trying to prove airworthiness. So they've been relying on SCLA's facilities to conduct the requisite flight testing necessary before flight certification. They have not yet completed certification and therefore need additional time to occupy one of our hangar facilities. In this particular case, it's hangar 685C. The author on this item to attend to the more particulars, the better details, is Mr. Eric Ray, your airport director.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard lease agreement for Building 685C by and between the SCLAA and Auto Aviation Group LLC, and authorize the airport director to execute said agreement and adopt resolution SCLAA 21-003, amending the 2021 budget, increasing revenue in Fund 450 by $26,400.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This time, the chair opens this up for technical questions for clarification as to the staff report. Member Becerra.
The same question for Mr. Ray. How long is the lease agreement on these, Mr. Ray?
This one here is for 2 years.
2 years. And that
Yes.
is on what they feel would get their plane airworthy?
Excuse me, it is over a period of 2 fiscal years. It is a 1-year agreement.
Okay.
So they've been here since 2017. Their schedule has slid a number of times, and they're hoping, hopeful at this time they will get it completed. They've already done some 33 tests. Now they're at the final flight test phase. They're hoping to get it done this next year.
Now, do we see them staying if the plane goes airworthy?
We hope so. Once they get an airworthiness certificate for it, they will then move to the next part of going to the financial market to seek financing for manufacturing. We've already started discussions with them as to whether or not they'd be interested in constructing a facility here to do manufacturing of the aircraft. It's going to be a difficult competition. We anticipate Kansas and Texas will have a bit of a leg up on us. But the fact that the company has a corporate office in Orange County and has California roots, we're hopeful that we may be able to attract them here.
Let's hope. Thank you
Let's
very much,
hope.
Mr. Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
So my question here for the SCLA and Auto Aviation lease agreement for Building 685 is as follows. How did the city come to settle the lease agreement with Auto Aviation?
So just to be clear for the record, the SCLA is a separate legal entity. So it's the SCLA that negotiated, and specifically me, on behalf of the SCLA, negotiated with Auto Aviation. Auto's been with us since 2017. So the negotiations were pretty simple. They are already at the top of the market for that particular facility. You'll notice that we're up to 84 cents. That brings us to a new high mark. So we negotiated off a standard lease agreement, which has mostly standard terms on it. And we negotiated the minor details. Most significant detail would be the cost. And again, being at the top of that range, I feel real comfortable with the revenue we would generate.
Thank you for that clarification. My next question pertinent to the same item deals with economic development means. So was it through economic development means, and how will this group maximize, how would bringing auto aviation maximize the neighbors at SCLA? Because I'm sure, or maybe it's under my presumption, that we allow lease agreements to come in because we're going to ensure that we have collaborative efforts for all of the entities established in the SCLA area. So how does it maximize it?
So absolutely. I mean, we like the idea of collaboration. Said another way, it's healthy for an airport to have tenants that have synergies together. It makes for a better business climate, and quite frankly, it makes the whole stronger. But we lease property not for that purpose. We lease it to generate revenue to support the operation. So we look for tenants that we believe to be financially stable. Once a particular tenant such as this, who's been here now since 2000, this is the 4th year. They've been here 4 years, and they've been a solid, stable tenant. So I'm real comfortable recommending a tenant of this nature. They're an aviation tenant for the airfield, and they've been financially stable.
Okay, so since it was my assumption that perhaps the city of Victorville looked for also the interest of its neighbors, so that we don't have unhealthy competition, like 5 different entities of the same type of guidelines. But you said that that's not primarily, we look for revenue. Is that what you're saying?
With regard to an aviation tenant like this, that's our primary interest, is to look for a stable tenant that will produce operating revenue for the airport. You may recall the airport does not receive any general funds. So there's no tax that comes to the airport per se, other than those that are generated off of the airport. So the revenue from the airport is revenue. The operation funds of the airport come from its leases and from whatever minor sales tax that comes directly off of this property.
So I'm sorry, the last part, the money that SCLA gets is from leases and what, minor taxes?
Sales tax that comes off of the airport. So in other words, the funds that are needed to operate this large facility have to be generated here. So we look to companies such as Auto Aviation to generate those funds.
Thank you for that clarification. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. At this time, we're going to open it up for the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers.
Thank you. With that, the chair invites a motion.
So move to follow recommendations by city staff.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to now move into discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
No pending comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No comments.
Thank you. Chair has none. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So thank you. So the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. All right, moving on to item number 17. Councilmember Gomez's appointment to the Community Services Advisory Committee. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We do have a remaining Community Services Advisory Committee position available, and this is another attempt by Ms. Gomez where she's introduced a candidate. There's information about the candidate contained in attachment A, and any decision is at the discretion of this council.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of the council.
Thank you. All right, with that said, Member Gomez, would you like to present your nominee?
I think I have literate council members. If you have already decided or premeditated to either approve or not approve, there's no need for me to waste my time. You're either going to do it or not, whether I say or don't say anything. So please make the motion is to approve Adrian Belcher to take this position and start immediately.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Do any council members have general questions for Member Gomez that will help you understand her nominee better? Doesn't look like anyone's taking the chair up on the offer. The chair has no questions for Ms. Gomez. So we're going to now open this up for public comment. Madam Clerk.
Miguel Soto Jr.
Welcome, Mr. Soto.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. My question to Ms. Gomez, what is the responsibility of the Community Service Advisory Committee, and why is your candidate best fit for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Madam Clerk.
No other speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed, and the chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion. Member Gomez, would you care to move that your nominee be appointed?
Yeah, Ms. Jones, when I ended the discussion, I made the motion at that moment's time. My decision is the same. It doesn't change.
Councilmember Gomez, I did not, please suspend. So this is the time in the agenda that the chair is asking you to make your motion. It was not earlier. So do you wish to make a motion to have your nominee appointed?
Let me restate what I just said.
Member Gomez, Member Gomez is out of order. Member Gomez is out of order.
Part of it.
Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member? Thank you. So Member Gomez, this is not appropriate to argue with the chair. The chair is simply inviting you to make a motion for the council to appoint your nominee. If the member does not wish to do this, we're going to move on. Madam Clerk, kindly unmute the member and see if she'll bring herself to order.
As I said formally, the motion has been established. The motion still continues
Member Gomez
to be Adrian Belcher as
Madam
the
Clerk,
clerk
kindly
comes to
mute
the
the
table.
member. So Councilmember Gomez refuses to obey the directives of the chair. She is out of order. The chair has repeatedly asked for a motion. She refuses to make one at the time when it's requested by the chair. At this point, we're going to move on, Member Gomez, for the sake of the council, the sake of our city, and the peace of the council. We're now going to move on to item 3, which was the consent calendar item that was removed for separate consideration. And that is the second reading of ordinance number 2415. Mr. Metzler, and before I call on you, Madam Clerk, will you kindly unmute Member Gomez at this point? And Mr. Metzler, will you introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is the second part of the process to where the council enacts code or your local law. And this is a matter that was deliberated by the council and a public hearing was conducted at the last council meeting and approved by this council. So typically the second reading is procedural more than anything. So With that, the author on this item is Scott Webb. He's your city planner. He's the one most knowledgeable about the better detail of this item. And I would certainly make him available if you have any questions or comments of him.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the City Council adopt by second reading ordinance number 2415, approving Victorville Municipal Code Amendment, PL Plan 20-00029, a Title 16 Municipal Code Amendment with an environmental exemption to modify various requirements and definitions pertaining to landscaping standards and the location and design of refuse receptacles for new commercial, industrial, and multifamily development citywide.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to open this up for technical questions of clarification as to the staff report. And Member Gomez, since this was your request to consider this item separately, we'll begin with you.
Yes, so my question here was, what can one garner from adopting an environmental exception for the modifications of landscaping standards and locations and designs for development citywide?
Mayor, council members, the exemption is afforded by state law through CEQA law. We're allowed to exempt projects that do not create any more environmental impact than existing standards. So this is typical for code amendments that don't pose any more environmental impact. If anything, this code amendment helps meet the state requirements for refuse receptacles regarding stormwater, making sure that they're fully compatible with or having appropriate roofs and drainage to our sewer system.
So what would be the purpose if state has already allotted for an exemption for the statements that you made? Why would they come here?
For all land use decisions and code amendments for that matter, the city is required to ensure that it complies with the California Environmental Quality Act. So the appropriate action is to make a finding of an exemption or to follow another protocol such as a negative declaration. But in this case, we can find the project exempt.
Okay, so I'm looking here and it talks specifically about landscaping standards and designs for development. Wouldn't people who are looking for environmental justice seek a different response where you want to make sure that you have accountability when a city is performing projects or adopting projects and permitting projects that are going to come in the city that could potentially not allow environmental justice moves to take place in the city of Victorville?
I'm not sure how these code amendments relate to the equity within environmental justice. I'm not sure how you want me to answer that question. I was just asking for your 2 cents. There's a reason why I wanted this item pulled, because I wanted to understand if we were indeed looking for equity and justice when it comes to environmental justice. So it's my interpretation that perhaps allowing an environmental exemption could trump over what many people would see a barricade of seeking justice in our environment. And so I just brought it up because I wanted to truly understand it. But if you can't respond, we brought it to the light. I just appreciate the fact that you don't have that response, but it still leaves me with a little bit of doubt. So I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra?
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions. I'm going to open this up for the public comment period. Madam Clerk.
Valentin Godina.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Godina.
Hello, I got my dryer on spin cycle, so I hope I don't get any spin on my questions. That's the noise you're hearing. My question is, why are we lowering the thresholds and the environment requirements? Is it to accommodate a low wage paying investor up here like Amazon to bring further down our wages and further deprive our community of better paying jobs? Does Amazon have anything to do with this decision of bypassing the environmental regulations that have been in place to protect our communities and our safety and our lands? Why are we now trying to bypass? Is it to benefit an Amazon company who brings destruction to our economy? Has our council been that far gone that they are now becoming that greedy and turning on us, the voters? We voted for you to protect us. You eliminate those that we voted for. Now you're destroying our economy by bringing low wage paying manufacturers. First, you flooded us with car washes. I guess you want to improve the look of our city by us having clean cars. That doesn't bring us jobs. And yes, you can answer my questions under the Brown Act. Attorney Snyder is investigating Barstow for violations of the Brown Act. So our attorney needs to get that correct, and you can and you should and you have to answer us. We voted for you to represent us and to answer us.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers.
Thank you. Public comment period is now closed. The chair brings this item back to the council and invites a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the ordinance 2415. Do I need to read the whole thing, Madam Mayor? Okay.
No, you can just say that you move the recommendation.
Move the recommendation for ordinance 2415.
Councilwoman Gomez goes ahead and does a substitute motion. Not agree with the recommendation as presented by staff.
Well, no.
Mr. DeBornowski, I don't know that that's a legitimate substitute motion the way that's phrased, because typically motions have to be affirmative and it.
Right, I did not unfortunately hear clearly what the motion was.
Member Gomez, could you repeat your substitute motion?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say in English, the English that I speak, is to please consider a motion that I'm bringing to the table to not adopt the recommendation as stated in the agenda item for number 3 in the consent calendar.
Then vote no.
I don't need your
suggestion. Member Becerra is out of order. However, the member is correct. So there's no need for a substitute motion. The motion is ruled out of order because the member can simply vote no on the item. All right, is there a second on the motion before us?
Second. For Ms. Becerra's motion to adopt. Yes.
Yes, the main motion, yes.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. We have a motion by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to now take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, I am free to make any motion as I desire.
Member Gomez, we're talking about the pending motion.
Yeah, that's what I said. You don't like it, don't take it.
Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I just wanted to say that on the 16th of February, we voted a 4-0 to amend this particular ordinance. So that's all I wanted to clarify and just make that statement. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the only comment that I wish to make, and I always, when I hear public speakers, I always try to make a connection between what's being said and the point that's trying to be made. I wasn't able to make a connection on this because I didn't see anything that this had to do with any businesses or Amazon or anything like that. So, and my apologies, because technically that wasn't related to the pending motion. So, so discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Sorry, Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones. Mayor Jones,
Aye.
motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt the recommendation set out on the agenda. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 19. This is the public comment period. And again, this is a 2-minute comment period. Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Christina Kennedy.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. This is the opportunity that we have in order to speak if we're a nonprofit that is.
Yes, okay. If you missed the public hearing, certainly.
Okay, yes. So we tried to raise our hand earlier, and I don't know what the technical issue was, but it wasn't. So my name is Christina Kennedy. I am the Vice President of High Desert Second Chance. We're the only centralized refrigerated food bank serving the San Bernardino County High Desert region. Though we hold 7 major programs, 2 of which we have received funding previously by the city of Victorville. One of the programs was our senior and veterans program, and the High Desert Food Collaborative was our second one. This year, we are also requesting funding for a new housing program to address the predicted needs that will occur and have occurred during the COVID pandemic. As Governor Newsom has extended the moratorium on the evictions throughout California, we are prepared to address the impact the lifting of that moratorium will cause to the residents of Victorville, along with surrounding cities. One of our major programs that has been previously funded, as stated before, was the High Desert Food Collaborative. As the food hub for the High Desert Food Collaborative, we have currently 78 MOU signed partner agencies, 58 of which are feeding agencies, 27 of which are located in the city of Victorville. As a food bank, we supply these agencies supplemental food supply and non-food items for the agencies to serve within their areas. We are a unique food bank as each of our partners are stakeholders invested in the HDFC program. We work together to identify food desert areas, meaning desert areas offering the least amount of public assistance, community service, and minimum accessibility to healthy food options, major grocery stores, or that are within a 2-mile radius. We plan accordingly when generating partnerships that can best serve the needs in a location or city. During the last 12 months of our food bank, we stayed open to serve our clients and partners 6 days a week as the need for food programs increased across
Your time is up.
Alrighty, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and thank you so much for waiting to deliver your comments at the end of the meeting. It's appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Miguel Soto.
Mr. Soto.
Yes, thank you guys so much, council members and Madam Mayor, for this opportunity to connect. One of the biggest concerns that I just wanted to first address, a little bit of background about me. I volunteered for the Sheriff's Department for the San Bernardino County as a police explorer when I was 14. Furthermore, challenging myself, I attended the University of Prep and I graduated AV Learning Academy in 2 years. So my question following up that, what is the city council currently doing or planning to do to get young people more civically engaged? So what is the city council currently doing or planning to get young people more civically engaged? Another thing that I wanted to kind of address a little bit as I notice these meetings is a lack of accountability. To kind of address back to a question in terms of the 80 employees, not to point fingers or to say anything towards anyone, but more of an example of accountability. When Ms. Gomez asked Mr. Metzler, or in general the council, who is responsible and who can we hold accountable to prevent this happening again? Our manager beat around sort of the bush and wasn't able to really answer the question in terms of administrative policies to address that concern. Like I said, that was just one of the examples for accountability. Also is attention within the city council. What is the city council going to do to further effectiveness within its own council? Lastly, I wanted to touch on Proposition P.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much for your time, and hope to connect with you guys in the future.
Mr. Soto, Madam Clerk.
Maggie Martin.
Ms. Martin?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
One moment, Madam Mayor, while I cut over. I'm going to be talking about to the council as a whole, but referencing a particular council member, and that would be Gomez, about, I've numbered these items, about her February 18th mental meltdown episode at the Riverside County Courthouse, which was nothing less than a clear demonstration of her inability to restrain herself and act appropriately, especially violating the policies and procedures of our city by representing herself as a Victorville council member over and over again, I might add. FYI, Ms. Gomez had a very interesting conversation with the ranking Riverside County Sheriff's Department.
Ms. Martin,
member.
please address
Trust
the full
me,
council.
I'm sorry, I had to turn my volume up. I heard you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in the interest of being able to substantiate mental meltdown, I looked up on WebMD, psychotic episode, in part by WebMD as defined, quote, when a person's thoughts and perceptions are disturbed and the person may have difficulty understanding what's real and what's not, end quote, referencing, quote, racial profiling and, quote, excessive force, end quote. So symptoms of that are delusions, meaning false beliefs, which she has many, and hallucinations, also by WebMD. One moment. For this reason, coupled with many other bizarre behaviors of Councilmember Gomez, she needs to be recalled. For anyone listening to me, and I hope there's plenty, I don't know, but I hope this word is spread.
Time is
for
up.
public information.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez, speaking as a member of the audience. Welcome.
Bueno, muchas gracias a los participantes que tienen la oportunidad de atender juntas en la ciudad de Victorville. Quiero que sepan que este mensaje es para ustedes. Marzo 16 a las 6 de la tarde tendremos una junta. Esta junta será directivamente para penalizar a los ambulantes de la ciudad de Victorville, y quiero invitarle a todos ustedes que tengan la oportunidad que sean parte de esta junta que es importante para nuestros residentes. Y también quiero que recuerden que mi número para representarlos y ser parte de ustedes es 760-912-3190. Es un placer representarlos y hablar con ustedes por estos medios. Muchísimas gracias por tener fe, porque en la fuerza se hace la unión. Los esperamos y los aprecio muchísimo. Recuerden que como su representante que habla español, siempre lo haré, no importa que diga la silla o que diga otras personas alrededor. Yo estoy aquí para representarlos a ustedes en el idioma que yo sé, y es un placer haber sido nacida por dos padres mexicanos y estar aquí con ustedes como su concejal de la ciudad de Victorville y yo con ustedes me puedo comunicar de ojo a ojo. Los amo demasiado. Cuídense. Hasta pronto.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Madam Clerk?
Susan?
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Susan Conway. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm from a local nonprofit called God's Hand Extended, and we are a project under the High Desert Community Foundation. I have been in the high desert for 60 years, and I've seen the challenges that our community has experienced for many years, and especially during COVID. But with your help, we have received a CBDG grant, and God's Hand Extended has been able to provide services to our community that includes clothing, food, and furniture, and household items, along with other resources from our community. I'm honored to say that we're all volunteers with no paid employees, so every penny is given right back to our community. With this being said, we are applying for a grant to partner with Victor Valley College to assist the homeless and foster young adults who have aged out of the system. We would like to establish a clothing closet and food delivery program to the students to help them succeed and assist them with getting them into the homes. I'm honored to be on the front line to help these students as I am an alumni of Victor Valley College. Thank you so much.
Ms. Conway, we thank you, and we thank you for waiting until the end of the agenda to present on behalf of your organization. It's truly appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Melissa Hughes?
Ms. Hughes, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Melissa Hughes with Cedar House Life Change Center. Cedar House operates Oasis House in the high desert to provide stable housing and services for homeless transitional age youth in San Bernardino County. We want to thank the City of Victorville for the continued support of our mission and share a little bit about what we do. Some of the reasons youth end up on the streets include a lack of any type of support system, the death of a loved one who was caring for them, an inability to obtain or maintain housing, aging out of the foster system, or fleeing abuse. Once young adults arrive at Oasis House, they are given a hot meal, a warm, comfortable bed, and a promise to help find solutions that can set them on the right path. Oasis House is not just a house, but a home with caring adults who want to see these youth succeed. Our house managers hold our clients accountable and push them to the next steps for their future. We are so proud of the positive changes our clients have been able to make in their lives, and we genuinely appreciate the continued support of the High Desert community and the City of Victorville. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hughes. Madam Clerk.
Lisa Hayes?
Ms. Hayes, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Lisa Hayes. I am the Executive Director for Rolling Start. We are a Center for Independent Living. We have an office in Victorville. Our mission is to educate, empower, and empower people with disabilities to live the independent life of their choice. We sincerely thank you, members of the council, for your commitment to our mission and to help the residents of Victorville to stay in their homes, avoid nursing facility placements, and stay independent for as long as they can. Throughout this pandemic, we've had to revise a lot of what we've been doing. We've been helping people get PPE. We've been helping people bridge the digital divide by getting Chromebooks to people so that they can communicate electronically, see their doctors, get their classes with us. We've been doing emergency preparedness. And the main thing, we've been getting them the assistive technology that they need to stay independent. And whether that's through chairs, shower chairs, lifts, anything that the consumer might need to stay independent and healthy. And we sincerely appreciate that and for you to support that continued mission. I did want to just, if I could, there was something I wanted to say about the parks situation, and I was so nervous when I messed up, but really quick, I just wanted to thank, so I wanted to thank Member Gomez for acknowledging the ADA issue. And we sincerely want our children with disabilities to be able to play and freely in our parks. But also, I wanted to just use this opportunity as an education that no person with a disability should be looked at as suffering from a disability. People with disabilities are just people like you and I.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. And just as a side note, and the chair certainly never does that, but I certainly would like you to know that you have 4 council members behind the dais who are very mindful of our community of vulnerable. I have 2 children with special needs. We have a special education teacher. Member Gomez is very interested in our vulnerable population, and certainly Member Becerra as interested in and active in the community. So thank you. Madam Clerk.
T. Gillespie. Gillespie, you're I will move on to Romero Rodriguez.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, we have Gillespie.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Gillespie, and I'm with the nonprofit Victor Valley Domestic Violence, or A Better Way. And our agency has been serving the community of the High Desert for over 30 years with our outreach and a 25-bed shelter. We would like to thank the Victorville CDBG for the continued support it provides our agency. Domestic violence is an issue in our community, and due to the pandemic, it has gotten even worse. In some situations, some have been quarantined with abusers in close proximity, and this has made it hard for them to seek resources or services. So thanks to your funding and support, our agency has been available during this difficult time and able to continue our services. There's been a greater need for counseling services, and with your funding, we've been able to do our part to help the low-income participants to receive free professional counseling services with a collaboration of our current NFT and her master's levels interns. Through this collaboration, we have been able to reach 30 to 40 individuals a month. And last month, we were able to reach 50 individuals that needed counseling services. Again, we would like to thank Liliana Collins and the Victorville CDBG for their help and support, which allows our agency to continue in our mission, which is to transform the lives affected by domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillespie. Madam Clerk.
Romero Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, I noticed some people out there now, they're asking for accountability. They're asking for transparency. We're waking people up. I don't run a nonprofit or anything, but I hail to those people, and God bless these people for what they do. I don't know why the city would take credit for helping the homeless or helping the people losing their homes. They don't do that. You know, the city is just looking out for themselves. We lost that. We the people, for the people, of the people. It is not, we did elect them. They did get elected, but forget about being represented, us. They represent the issues and the values of the city, their best interest. There's no accountability for them. They can raise their salaries. They can get $73,000 in they can fleece the city for $73,000 in overtime for no apparent reason. The accountability is an auditing service that the city tells them what they do. So for right now, the people that are running the city actually just represent the city, not the people living in the city. Get that straight. Never forget that. One of the key factors that they wanted to get Rita out of there, because it was a block vote every time. It was yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no. And they needed to give you the illusion that they're actually doing something for the city. So they're going to put the fourth man in there to make sure when the voting goes, one of them is going to be playing the bad cop. That's all it is. But the thing is, keep knocking at that wall and eventually break. I'm not saying we're gonna win our representation tomorrow, because right now we're just 1 to 4 or 1 to 3. But keep looking for the accountability, keep asking questions, get on there. And those nonprofits really look at within the city and ask money from them instead of them paying, $27,000, $16,000 in catered lunches. You have a beautiful evening and wake up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk?
Valentin Godina.
Mr. Godina?
Yes. The residents of Victorville have been cheated from fair representation by not, by denying them voting by district as required by the state of California. This city council is trying to hold one council member accountable for what they call inappropriations. Yet we have a full council of carpetbaggers. Every one of you are a carpetbagger. None of you really live in the city of Victorville and represent the city of Victorville as you should. I remember one council member who was in downtown claiming, having had a meeting there, claiming to care about Old Town and passing a resolution to light up Old Town. Money was set aside, but that money seems to be nowhere to be found, and the lights are nowhere to be seen yet. Yet, this council person holds herself up high, reprimanding everybody else, and does not hold herself accountable what she promised the people she was going to do. I was there, and I know you know that what I'm talking about. This council calls itself trustees of the library, but for so many years, nobody in this council has done a single thing to benefit the library that we currently have. But you sure call yourselves all kinds of nice names. The public does not call you nice names because you don't do nice things for the public. You don't do your job for the public. You have an attorney who is known as Mr. Spincycle because he interprets the Brown Act as he pleases, which is against the will of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Godina. Madam Clerk?
Those are all the speakers I have.
Thank you. Public comment period is closed. Moving on to item number 20, Mr. Metzler, for your city manager reports.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to be brief. A few items to report. First, on the building side, we have recently celebrated a certificate of occupancy that was issued for Quick Quack Car Wash. That was done on February 25th. Location is 15570 Park Avenue. On the environmental side, we've got another free dump day coming up Saturday, March 13th from the hours of 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're actually going to work with the high school district in using the former university prep facility right there at their front entrance, or what was their front entrance to the school. It's free to city residents. Residents may dispose of extra trash, garden trimmings, furniture, and appliances free of charge. That's an event that's sponsored by the city of Victorville and Burtech Victorville Disposal. On the recreation side, we got a fun event coming up. It's called the Spring Egg Hunt Basket. For those that are looking for the supplies to make a proper Easter egg basket, we're certainly coordinating those services to provide those supplies. And that's occurring from March 1st through March 26th. For more information, contact our recreation department. We also have a virtual running challenge coming up. Registration is now open through March 29th. It's a progressive running event, a 3K involving a 3K and a 5K and a 7K. Participants will get a t-shirt, bib, and completion medals. Registration for that is also through our recreation division. And then finally, I think it's important to recognize, because we've discussed this many times in the past, our involvement in the U.S. Census. So last week, we actually got recognized. Last week, the city of Victorville and our 2020 Census Complete Count Committee received recognition from the U.S. Census Bureau. Victorville had the second highest response rate increase among all cities in San Bernardino County. Thanks to the efforts of our committee comprised of community volunteers and city employees, the city of Victorville census response rate increased by 7.7%. By comparison, the state response rate increased by 2.1% and the county by 1.4%. Our population count will be used to determine federal funding. That's why this count is so important to us. So with that, many thanks to those that were involved in our U.S. Census effort. And that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, we're going to move on to item number 21. This is a discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move for discussion and action for replacement of the city council seat that's now vacant for the next meeting.
Okay. Yes, I'm wondering, and this is just food for thought, and because because that's a whole process. And so I'm wondering if a member Becerra would consider amending that to an item wherein we discuss or take possible action as to the next steps for filling the vacant seat, with a particular focus on whether we're going to hold a special election or appoint.
Okay, if that's how
It's
you
just
want.
fuller.
I
It's
want
just
it for the
fuller.
next meeting. That's how we want to say
Yes,
it.
the next meeting, yes.
Okay,
Yes, yes.
discussion and action for,
Discussion and possible action as to the next steps for filling the vacant council seat, with a particular focus on whether we're going to hold a special election or appoint.
okay. Yes, ma'am, that's what I want. On the,
Okay, I put words in your mouth, but I hope that's all
no,
right.
no, you're not. That's what I
'Cause
mean.
that's where I was going to,
Yeah,
okay.
because we can't discuss it within ourselves. So we need to discuss it in the
It
meeting.
has to be in a public
Discuss it
meeting,
next meeting.
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So I move. That's my motion.
Can you explain the motion?
Yes, I'm, well, may I, Member Becerra?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so because we now have a vacated seat, there are a number of decisions that the council has to make. The first being, how does it wish to fill the vacancy? Will it conduct a special election, or will it appoint to fill the vacancy? And
I
that's
understand.
the first.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand where we are. I just want to understand the motion, because I'm
Oh, yeah, so it's
trying to figure out, am I going to second it?
My
Okay.
apologies.
No worries.
My apologies. Yeah, so it's just to bring this to the next agenda so that we can consider what the next steps are and what it's going to look like for us as a team.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I second that we should have that discussion. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
I'm not voting for Ryan McEachran. Mm-mm.
That's not the motion before us, Member
I
Gomez.
said no. Did you hear it? Are you deaf? Hello?
Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. Madam Clerk, please continue.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Mayor Jones, another thing, and I don't know if I need to bring this up as an action item. I would like to see if Mr. Metzler could get with the junior high school district. I see that we're talking with them now because we're using their property for free dump day. If Mr. Metzler could see if we could get some talks on the table about maybe putting up a sports complex down there with the city and the school district going in as partners. Is that something I need to put on the agenda, or that's something I can ask Mr. Metzler to start?
That's a good question, Mr. Metzler.
I'd certainly be delighted. I can reach out to the high school district and have a conversation with the superintendent. That may be the best place to start. And but of course, if we wanted to discuss it as an agenda item, I'd probably just ask for a little bit of time first to still have that conversation with them and perhaps report back.
Yes, sir. Let's just at least get it on the table. They might already have plans for it, but let's see. Let's get a sports complex here.
I'll reach out to the superintendent.
So, yeah, so just to be very precise, Mr. Metzler, was this on your task list to do? Because if we're going to direct you to do this, we need to make sure that there's consensus.
It's not on my current task list. I had a conversation over a year ago with the superintendent and the assistant superintendent. At that time, they weren't exactly sure what they were going to do with the facility, but enough time has elapsed. I would eventually try to have that conversation again, but it's not on my current task list.
Okay, so then if there's no objection, then the council is going to give you direction to do that. Is there any objection? No objection.
Not by me.
I'm at the council. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Metzler.
I would like to see a formal motion if that was seconded and then a vote.
The council's already given direction. All
Yeah,
right.
you said if there was any
My turn,
objection.
you get your
Did you
turn,
have-
my turn.
Member Gomez
My
was
turn,
the-
you get
was
your
not
turn.
been recognized by the chair. Thank you. Member Becerra, did you have any other requests? Member Becerra, do you have any other requests?
No, ma'am. Mr. Collins, let's get a sports center going. Thank you.
Member Becerra. Okay, Member Gomez. Do you have
Do
any
you wish to
requests?
recognize Councilwoman Gomez now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Member Gomez, do you have any requests for agenda items?
Yes, are you recognizing me now?
Please proceed, Member Gomez.
I would take that as a you are recognizing me. Thank you for clarification. Sometimes I don't understand what you're doing, so I just seek clarification.
Certainly.
I
Certainly, Madam Clerk, will you kindly mute the member for just a moment? So these kind of remarks are not acceptable. It doesn't help make our meetings more meaningful or move them forward, but certainly the chair is willing to accept Councilmember Gomez's faulty perception of my ability to facilitate meetings. Member Gomez, please proceed.
And I accept your snide remarks as well. So I wanted to see if I can add to the agenda a workshop or something into the regard of dealing with the audit findings. There was 5 of them I hear. There's been a lot of talk from the audience that we may not be doing anything. And I think in justice of providing something on the agenda that we are going to be, and we're going to have discussions and the city council will be involved, I'm making a motion to see if the rest of the council would entertain something of this nature so that we allow the audience members to realize that they're being incorporated in something like this. And we are pursuing something with the audit findings.
Okay, is there, Member Gomez, did you have a date as to when you would prefer that to be on the agenda?
Well, I would leave it up to, if it even passes, up to what you guys would perceive would be a good
It helps if it's
date.
part of the motion. It helps if it's part of the motion. So did you have a date when you would like to see that on the agenda?
Well, if the city manager isn't too busy, I'm sure he could find something in his schedule. If he could suggest something.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Member Gomez, do you have anything further?
Yes, I have another one. Let's see. So I would like to bring another motion to the table in regards to the Community Services Advisory Committee. Oh, wait, didn't you say I didn't have to do that through here? I think you said I could just ask the city manager, right? I think I forgot. So
Yeah,
I
correct. Right.
So I'm going to rescind that. I just remembered. So I'd have nothing left. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Irving?
Yes, at the next council meeting, I would like for the council to consider the city of Victorville hosting an outreach program to recruit DBEs to participate on the Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez. Councilmember Gomez, you are muted.
What is DBE?
Disadvantaged business enterprise.
Oh, it's A. So yes, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So that'll be on the next agenda, if I understood that correctly, Mayor Pro Tem?
For consideration, yes. I don't have anything else. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. And I have nothing to request to be placed on the agenda. And so now we're going to move on to item number 22. This is reports from council members, and we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Nothing to report at this time. Just a regular.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, I had a couple of meetings and also events that I was able to attend that I want to bring light to the city council and to the audience that takes their time after 11 o'clock to still be with us. The events is called We Draw the Lines. This is a meeting that is very important for all of us with redistricting and the census coming in and possibly losing seats or adding seats to this district, which we're in Congressional District 8. Those of you that are participatory or would like to learn more about redistricting in terms of the 14 commissioners should visit wedrawthelines.ca.gov. That would be something important for all of us to some degree if we want to receive monies and things of that common ground. The next thing that I wanted to also share was there's meetings with NALEO, which is an acronym. These meetings with Biden's administration, I learned a little bit about the updates, which a lot of us see also in the news, the new Johnson & Johnson vaccine that just came out with one dosage, which is the third one that came out. I would also nudge you guys to be part of different organizations like NALEO or We Draw the Lines, or there's so many others that I can probably learn from you guys as well, but these are important for our communities because they do bring us up to tabs at what's happening at all levels. And lastly, the Quack Quack, which is a car wash. They had 12 days of free car wash, which is a great promo. For those of you that were interested in trying out their services in Victorville, on March 7th is the last day you get to have a free car wash from now until March 7th. So for those of you that wanted to try out their services, they're in front of the Holiday Inn. And that's all I have to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
You're welcome.
Yes, I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just report very briefly, many meetings for sure. But I've had the great privilege of I think everybody knows Dr. Seuss is one of my favorite times in the whole year. So I've read to 6 classes in the last couple of days and it's such a delight for me. And so I always thank the teachers and the principals for inviting me into their schools. And if I could just give a hats off to our newest car wash, Quick Quack, because they did a fundraiser for a local resident who I just adore, Marcus Hilton, and he has some special needs and he's got some surgery coming up. And this is a gentleman that you just see him. He's always an ear-to-ear smile, and he just makes you think life is grand, and it's such a delight to be around him. So I'm so thankful that this newest business in our community has taken a very proactive step in becoming part of our community and part of our family. So I'm so thankful for that. And I do want to thank all of our nonprofits that waited till the end of the meeting to, speak their, give us the information about their organizations for the CDBG grant. So with that said, we have no other business before us, and this meeting is adjourned. I thank all my colleagues. Thank you.